Trustee Chin? Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. We are going to start our special board meeting tonight. It's now 6:30, and we will start it off with roll call. Trustee, I'm going first. Who's first? Trustee Hitchcock, please.
Here.
Trustee Proctor?
Here.
Trustee Watkins?
Here.
And Trustee Chin is here. Trustee Corzo is unavailable for tonight's meeting. Next item up is item number 3, the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Okay.
I'll second. This is Shara.
Okay, Trustee Proctor with a motion, Trustee Watkins with a second. Roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes. Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And it's a yes for me. The item 3 passes 4-0. Item number 4 is public statements. These are public statements as a special board meeting. These public statements related to the agenda item will be heard when we call the actual item as they're related, and we will determine whether it's 3 minutes or less at that time. Next item will be item number 5, proposed consent agenda. Does anyone have any questions or would like to pull the items out? No? Okay. Do we have a motion for the proposed consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. And second? Anyone?
Second.
Okay, with
Allison.
Trustee Watkins with the motion to approve the consent agenda, and Trustee Proctor with the second. Roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock?
Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And it's a yes for me. So the consent item has passed 4-0. So we will now move to our big item for tonight, which is item 6.1, fall reopening plan.
Thank you. I'm going to start this, and then I'm going to turn it over to David Chambliss, and we will hear public comment on the program at this time. There's basically 2 items on this agenda, program and curriculum. So if you had a public comment related to one of those, we will take it at either one of those items. So tonight, I wanted to remind everyone that we are still under the guidance of the California Department of Public Health and the California Department of Ed. As such, the 4 pillars that we keep referring to for reopening must be followed. And those pillars talk about health and hygiene, wearing of facial covering, 6-foot distance, and limiting gatherings. Now, at our last meeting, staff recommended and the trustees approved a distance learning model for the fall for our staff and families who cannot return to the site. We then reviewed 3 hybrid models, and the reason that we're in the hybrid model situation is related to those pillars, and particularly the pillar of 6-foot distancing. Putting students in the classroom with 6-foot distance means that it's about a half a class of students. So we reviewed these 3 hybrid models that we would need to implement under that pillar. And we did not bring forward the daily A-B schedule, and we did not at this time because I cannot ensure the proper cleaning between the cohorts. Now, it could be something we might be able to move to later as we understand more, but that wasn't a recommendation of staff at that time. And we're not still sure enough about it to bring it forward. So we did bring forward 2 hybrid models. It was the paired days where you had AA a cleaning day, BB, and then Saturday is another cleaning day, or alternating weeks where kids come one week, kids come another week. We had heard through staff that they were predominantly interested in the paired because they were very concerned about losing that connection to their students over an entire week. However, had not done a specific poll about it. So we did, the trustees asked if those were the two hybrid models, could we indeed put out a survey to see what the interest really was with our staff and our families related to those two. Now, granted, I'm sure there are many other models people would prefer than those two, but those are the two we were talking about trying to narrow to. So we did send out the survey and we have the results to share tonight. So we will share that information. And additionally, we have said several times in board meetings that the middle school program is very difficult. It's quite a challenge. The students have different schedules in order to meet their individual needs and interests, and traveling among a large cohort was of great concern to staff and parents alike, because if you split them and yet let them still move in their elective units, then they're mixing with a lot of students. So we have gone back some more, looked again at middle school, and we have some further thinking to share with you tonight about middle school. So after this presentation, we will move to the next item, and that's where I will ask you to approve a hybrid model. And I will also ask that we continue to do some more work on the middle school model and bring that back to you next week with more of a daily schedule built in so you can see how it might build out. And I just would like to, before I turn it over to David to explain more deeply, just remind all of us that these conditions change. We're making decisions on what we know right now. We've approved a distance learning model. We have a lot of information from our staff and families about how to make that a really great program. We're now needing to establish something in the area of hybrid so that we can start building that out, and we will continue to work on our middle school. But it could all change, and we will bring forward changes as we know them. We have 2 meetings in July, we have meetings in August, we have check-ins planned throughout the opening of school. So as conditions change, so too our response may change. So with that, at this point in time, I'd like to have David share what we learned from our survey on the hybrid models and the thinking that has gone into the middle school program at so far. David, can you take it away?
Absolutely. Thank you, Joan, and good evening, trustees and community. Give me a second here. I'm just going to set up my shared screen and we'll present the slide deck for you. Oh, excuse me, wrong button. All right, Joan or anybody, if you just confirm that we're displaying properly at this point.
I see your display, yes.
Okay. So based on Joan's introduction, we're back this evening to provide some fall program updates. As she mentioned that we want to come back to you with some additional thinking and recommendations. As we do that, we just want to remind ourselves that the work that we're doing right now is grounded in our recovery framework, and that it is being driven by a set of guiding principles that we've established, and folks who've been in attendance at the meetings have seen over the course of many meetings. Just to note, the point behind the recovery framework and the guiding principles is we are engaged in very complicated, difficult decisions, and we need to have a ground that we can stand on and set of principles that can help us when the choices do become difficult. So we continue to return to these for clarity and guidance. So as we've discussed, we have recommended to you, the board, 2 models. One is the full-time distance learning at home model, and the second is the so-called hybrid model, where we have some face time with students and teachers at school, and then at home distance learning as well. And just to remind us that these are models that are meant to be interim models until hopefully soon we might be able to return to normal circumstances. So as Joan mentioned, the question of organizing the AB student cohorts into paired days or alternating weeks is the question of the moment. Just to remind us of where we are here, that the paired days is a model where let's imagine cohort A comes into school on Monday and Tuesday. Both cohort A and B are in distance learning on Wednesday, and then cohort B is in school on Thursday and Friday, and that would repeat, obviously, week in, week out. The alternating weeks model is one where we have cohort A coming into school 4 days a week. The 5th day is a distance learning day for both cohorts, and then we bring the following week, we bring the cohort B in. So you can see there are strengths and challenges to each. This is why it led to the consideration of a survey of our key stakeholders. So here you can see the results of that survey. The question, of course, was if a hybrid at-home, at-school model is selected by the district, which schedule would you prefer? And you can see on the right that our families, by a percentage of 64%, selected paired days, significantly majority vote for the paired days model, and that our staff lined up pretty similarly. A slightly lower percentage, but still a significant majority are choosing or recommending we go with the paired days. So given that, this evening then we are coming back to you, the board, with the actual recommendation, again, that we move forward with the paired days model. That's, of course, given the family and staff survey response. And I would just like to note here the blue underlined survey response, where it's lead to a link where you can see additional slides prepared by our coordinator, Cameron Lewis, which provides some more detail on the survey data. In making this recommendation to you about paired days, we want to come back and do a little bit of clarifying. First of all, that we have, as Joan mentioned, determined at this time that between cohorts, to do a thorough disinfecting cleaning, we do need a full day on Wednesday. And that in fact, because the paired day requires a switch of cohorts from Thursday, Friday to Monday, Tuesday, we also will need to do a full day of cleaning on Saturday. Now, I'd just like to note that you'll see several times through our slides this evening that we're recommending points at which we check on our the effectiveness of our work. So we could imagine either at the 6th week, the 10th, or the 14th, if we feel we have made progress and gotten some efficiencies with our cleaning, we could imagine, for example, that we might be able to bring students in on Wednesday because we've built the capacity to do a deep clean from Wednesday afternoon to Thursday morning. But we don't want to start that way until we're sure we can do the best job possible, and we will check at these various weeks on the possibility of shifting. Also, families have raised a concern about the A cohort. If you are selected for that, means you miss at school time during the 5 Monday holidays over the year. Of course, just to say we will go into the schedule, and we will make adjustments, certainly to ensure that the in-school time between the two cohorts is kept constant. Just one other note to clarify, and Joan has mentioned this in previous meetings, but we know it came up in the survey response, that many families are wondering about the assignment cohorts. And so we want to assure families that our first effort will be to assign siblings to the same cohort for the obvious coordinating reasons for families. And if we need to do anything different, there'll be very clear communication with families about that. So just to say, as Joan mentioned, we are going to ask you after this presentation to come back and provide us, obviously, opportunity for community questions and comments, and then, of course, board vote on this. So given that, let me transition then to, as Joan mentioned, that we want to bring back to you some discussion around the middle school program for the fall and provide an update on our thinking for that. Just to kind of ground us on where we have been in previous meetings, the staff originally recommended to the board a hybrid model that we called the grade level cohorts. This is a model where at each grade level, we effectively divide the students into two cohorts. So if you could imagine a grade level anywhere, varies from school to school, but 250 to 350 students divided in half, we'd be creating two cohorts, A and B, of 125 to 175 students. This cohort, this group would move and mix through the day in a typical 7-period middle school schedule. And again, as Joan mentioned, we heard right away a lot of concerns about the size of this stable cohort, that 125 to 175 contacts was too large, and folks were not comfortable with it as a safe option. There were also some feedback around the schedule where students would see each teacher only once a week. So in light of that feedback, we, as many of us have been doing, have been looking at and considering additional models, of course, looking at our own county and nearby Santa Clara, and what we could learn from models across the US and abroad. So as we did that, we basically landed on there are two other possibilities. So call this the hybrid B alternative. And this is much like the first or original recommendation, where we would be creating grade level cohorts, but rather than split them in two, we would split them into 4 tracks. And you can see this would yield stable cohorts of between 60 to 90 students, depending on the grade size. And again, these 60 to 90 would be moving and mixing in a typical middle school schedule. That said, there are some advantages to that. It's fewer contacts than in our first recommended model. Some would argue, we've heard, of course, that even 60 to 90 is too many, especially when we understand that at the elementary level, we'll be able to achieve stable cohorts of 15 students. This seems much less safe than what we have at the elementary level. The biggest challenge that emerges with this option, however, is in fact that to accommodate 4 tracks, you now would have to call it an AA, BB, and then the following week, CC and DD schedule, which means in fact that students would be in school 2 days every other week and seeing each teacher once every other week. And so obviously, when we think of the priority of hybrid giving us some opportunity for face-to-face interaction, this is a problematic alternative. And then we've had community as well as staff ask about the possibility of doing classroom cohorts. Now this is essentially trying to create the self-contained classrooms that we're able to have at the elementary level in the high schools, or excuse me, in our middle schools, not the high schools, pardon me. So in this case, we would be splitting the grade levels into self-contained classrooms. Again, kind of taking a typical grade level. That would yield 8 to 12 classes per grade level. The strength of this model is you get to that cohort size of 15, which we've been able to achieve at the elementary level. And then what we would see is students in our middle schools modeled out doing this across 4 classes or doing it across 6 classes. But the key thing here is that students are staying in that stable cohort of 15 students, and there's no mixing across the classes. So there are clearly advantages to this in terms of the size of number of contacts. It sets up a number of challenges, though, that let me outline those. First of all, given our current staffing, we would have to ask teachers to teach outside of their credential. So let me pause here for a minute just to make sure everybody understands that at the elementary level, we have teachers with multiple subject credentials, which means they can teach all the different contents and have the flexibility to move between the TK to 5th grades. The middle schools, it's quite different. We do have a handful of teachers with multiple subject credentials in our middle schools, but by far the majority of our teachers are single subject credential. So because of the much stricter nature of the classroom cohort model, we could not achieve instruction in all the 4 core content areas without asking teachers to teach outside of their credential. In addition, to be able to meet the number of classroom cohorts at each grade levels across our middle schools, we would have to hire an additional 15 to 20 new teachers. Now the challenge there, of course, is here we are in mid-July, and you can imagine the difficulties now of bringing in that many new middle school teachers. In many of the models or the scenarios in the classroom cohorts, we could only do electives from a distance learning point of view. There would have to be significant program alterations. There's a huge equity challenge where our newcomer classes, frankly, contradicting ed code, would have to be in a stable cohort all day long and not have the opportunity to engage with students who are fully English proficient, which is contradictory to best practice. I mentioned electives. Compacted math in many of the scenarios would have to become an elective. And then in the immersion programs also at the middle school, 2 of our middle schools would become more of a world languages immersion program. And none of this solves our challenge with chorus and band, which simply could not be offered in person. And just finally, this schedule is so different and distinct from a typical 7-period schedule. We would have to, if we came back to a full return, we would have to redo the master schedule, and students would be reassigned to likely a set of new teachers. And so we would have a real discontinuity between the learning that occurred while under the hybrid model as a return to full-time. So we're in the place now where if our original recommendation that the stable cohorts of approximately 125 to 175 students, if that is simply too big, and if the hybrid B and hybrid C have challenges which are, we think, significant, then we actually would come back to the board tonight with a new recommendation. And that recommendation would be that middle schools come back in the fall in full-time distance learning and continue on that path. And I will explain based on a set of check-in points. that basically all students would be in full-time distance learning, with the exception of what we're calling strategic support cohorts. That those cohorts would come to school on a kind of regular schedule. So let me take the two pieces of this. So first, looking at the full-time distance learning, we would schedule the distance learning around a bell schedule. And in this kind of distance learning, we would expect that a teacher and their class would log on and meet at scheduled times each day based on the bell schedule. Now, to be clear, the specific bell schedule has not been determined yet. We need to get board support for this model first. But to say that we have to think through length of period and what breaks, because again, these are breaks that are occurring at home. And I just add the point here that items in these two bullets obviously would have to be negotiated and confirmed in an MOU with our SMETA leadership. In addition, full-time distance learning at the middle schools would be organized around a common learning management system. And I'll have an opportunity to explain this more in a little while, but just to say, it basically functions as a kind of virtual classroom for each student. It is a single sign-in spot where, in effect, all the teachers would come to the student in that virtual classroom and organize their teaching and learning tasks there. In addition, in the implementation of this learning management system, there would be virtual supports for struggling students and families, meaning those who are struggling in managing the LMS. We will provide an avenue for getting support, especially obviously in the early weeks as people are learning the new system. Now to turn then to the question of these strategic support cohorts, we're thinking of small, stable cohorts, particularly for our most vulnerable students who would be coming to school and working with either the teacher that's already assigned to them or what we're at this moment calling a distance learning support mentor. So to begin with, we would want to focus on our special day class students. This is our students with disabilities who actually could, as was originally proposed, even under the first hybrid model, they could be at school Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, with the Wednesday being a distance learning day. They have an assigned teacher already. Their class size is below 15, and so we would have a stable cohort there. We would also want to bring in our newcomer students who could come in for their at-school learning with their newcomer teacher, and then that newcomer teacher and the paraeducators that support our newcomers could be this support mentors while the students literally did their distance learning classes while at school. We would want to set up a similar arrangement for our students who are homeless or otherwise identified as foster youth. Just to note that the socioeconomic circumstances of these students are, the challenges they face are so great that we couldn't imagine them successfully completing distance learning outside of the school setting. So we would want to identify staff to be support mentors for them. And then finally, we also want to begin with the idea that sixth graders are new to our middle schools. We would want to identify ways to bring them in again, stable cohorts of 15 to rotate through on a schedule, organizing it around the advisory or homeroom systems that we have in our middle schools. The focus here would be less on supporting specifically around academic distance learning, although that could be an important aspect of it too. But first, we would really want to focus on the community building and sort of bringing those students into the new middle school that they are attending. So just a couple more points about this recommendation. Again, we would look at a 6th and 10th and 14th week reassessment of the schedule and the models. And that would be driven by, the health phases we have identified in the pandemic framework. Also, we would be evaluating, how effective are these strategic support cohorts and the distance learning model. And of course, any adjustment that we would make would be at the recommendation to and then approval of the board. So let me end there and open up the opportunity for questions and comments.
Great. Thank you, David, for your presentation. Do we have any clarifying questions from the board? I can't actually, I'm going to do this. Trustee Hitchcock?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I have lots of questions, but is that okay to ask them all now?
Yeah, well, clarifying questions. Yeah, sure.
Okay. First, thank you very much for the presentation, and you've answered a lot of questions that I already had and that I heard parents wanting answers to, so I really appreciate that. And sorry, there's lots of regarding the school hours. I understand the concerns with middle school. For the younger, is there the possibility of looking at TK through 1st grade as even a separate model than 2 through 5?
Yes, we can, Trustee Hitchcock, and we will look at that as we understand our cleaning protocols better.
Awesome, thank you so much. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know if they're clarifying. There's lots of questions.
Thanks. Yeah, if you want to just go ask your questions.
Okay. Are there discussions for what Wednesdays would look like? Perhaps, is there thoughts on if teachers would be available on that day for to support extra homework questions, or electives could take place, or just socialization for children with their peers?
Right now, Wednesdays are set up to be distance learning, so teachers would teach while their classrooms were being cleaned.
Okay, so then they would have to come up with a separate distance learning curricula just for Wednesdays?
So we have a curricula that we're going to be sharing in the item 6.3, and some of that could be used. So we'll share that in just a bit.
Just to clarify too, so in the middle school full-time distance learning, Wednesday would set up as just one more distance learning day.
Oh, yeah.
Monday through Thursday, Monday through Friday. Then in the elementary model, to Joan's point, the cohort A would have had 2 days of in-class time, and then that Wednesday would be the start of their 3-day period of distance learning. And for the cohort B, it would be the last day of their 3 days of distance learning, knowing they're coming back in on Thursday.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I have health and safety questions, but I will ask that later. So that's all I'm going to ask right now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Trustee Proctor. Sorry.
I just had one clarifying question on the middle school presentation that you did. Thank you for all the information, by the way. I know that you mentioned for the still TBD is the length of the period and what breaks, but is the idea that students would have like a full set of classes every day, or would it be, okay, so
Yeah, that's correct.
that's the goal.
Actually, we want to look at some models. Some districts are going with every single class, every single day. Some districts are wanting to do a little bit longer period and do, basically it would be a block schedule where you would have maybe first, second, third, fourth period, and then you'd have fifth, sixth, seventh, and maybe a study hall the next day. So we're looking at some models. That's the piece that we want to bring back to you next time.
Okay, and then just to piggyback off that one question, the goal would be to kind of have more of a structured day then, rather than how it was back in the spring, where students would check in at their kind of regular times with each class. Is that what we're going for?
It
right?
would a schedule. Okay. Yeah.
Kind of like school, but online. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
And the idea being behind that they still have their schedule and that they can move to school with that schedule. So it is the same schedule. It would be the same teachers. And also at some point in time, we're going to be allowed to have larger cohorts. And then we could look at moving to some type of a hybrid model and bringing students to school, but they would be with their teacher. So by doing it that way, you're allowing more flexibility should conditions change.
Great, thank you. Trustee Watkins?
I have a couple questions. I was wondering if you could share a little bit more information about kind of what we're using to guide our cleaning protocols and sort of how we're thinking about that. So what are we using to sort of inform that decision? What would we be using to think about changing that? Because I know as we talk about potentially making modifications to schedules moving forward, that's a big part of it. So I think it would be helpful just to kind of share sort of what we're utilizing for that, if you guys could share a little more about that.
We're not prepared to share all of that yet because we're still working on it. I believe it is scheduled for, it's for one of your upcoming meetings. I can't remember which one, cleaning. It's coming next Thursday.
Okay, so
you'll have
then
more
maybe we can
information
just,
on that.
yeah, it'd be great just to share a little bit more about kind of what guidance we're utilizing to determine what that will look like, and kind of who's, yeah, that would be helpful. And then maybe you can answer this now, or maybe you can answer it at then. Another question about cleaning is just, you know, we're talking now about a full day of cleaning, and I'm curious to know sort of what we mean by that, because I know that there's been some comments and public outreach around, you know, new research and literature around kind of the surface piece of things potentially not being as big a deal as we previously thought. But is this due to, my understanding is it isn't, you know, it takes a full day to clean a classroom, but due to staffing, it would take a full day for us to get through kind of all of our sites with the staffing for cleaning. Is that accurate? I guess that's a long way of asking, what do we mean by a full day of cleaning? Why is it
Right,
a full day?
and we'll have that information for you next time. I mean, okay. I could start telling you some things off the top of my head. I don't think that's appropriate because we have been listing out and going school by school and creating schedules. So I think I'd rather be able to share with you really a detailed explanation of where we are at this time with that.
Okay, that would be great if we could just address those at that time. I did have a question that's similar to what Trustee Hitchcock asked around just, I know that there's discussion around consideration for a different model for our younger kiddos. So it sounds like we're considering that, and that will be something that will be brought back as planning continues to move forward. So that is appreciated. I have some questions just around what are we thinking in terms of next steps? So after tonight, well, I guess after next week, once the middle school model, we move forward. But in the meantime, we will solidify the elementary school model by tonight. What are kind of next steps in terms of communication and outreach to families?
So one of the things that we've been talking about is that we need to send another parent letter. Diane and I have been talking about starting to put that together, get it out hopefully by Monday, stating where we are with our distance learning, potential curriculum that we're going to be using, the model, the middle school conversation that we're having. So that would be an outreach piece, just to share that information. And then what we had talked about was doing some further outreach to families that, okay, if this is the model, now we've got a model, we all know what we're trying to work with, what are some of the things that we need to consider? We've taken in a lot of information related to family questions, staff questions, and ideas through email, coffee chats, through our survey that we are also going to be bringing you back that information. Survey distance learning version 2. But we also now, we're honing in, right? We're getting closer to really coming back and wanting to know more. So we're starting to think about some ways to do further outreach, and that is not fully, I have not fully determined the best approach for that. And so if you had some thoughts on that and wanted to share them, that's appreciated.
I'll save that for comments, but I do have some
Okay.
thoughts. Just to clarify, the elementary STC, that would follow the same model as middle school, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, correct?
Right.
And then I don't know if this will be something that we'll have an update on next week, because I know that we're going to have some of our working groups, but when we think about kind of related services, how does that fit into this model?
The special ed is also coming to present to you. I'm getting confused as to when everybody's supposed to be coming to different board meetings, but special ed is set up to come and talk to you more about what's been going on. Some preliminary thoughts that I have heard about is that some of the specialized services, because they do go group student to student, which could be in a variety of different classrooms, even sometimes different schools sometimes, that for example, speech and language pathologists may continue to work on their craft through distance learning model, through virtual program. So we will bring further information, but that's an idea.
Okay, and sorry, one more question. We may have discussed this and I can't remember. Lunch, I know, will be provided for students that stay later in the day, and assuming for all middle school students that are on campus, because they'll be there all day. For students that don't come to campus but still need access, is that going to be something that's available?
Absolutely, and Andrew is working on. He's our director of child nutrition. All students need to have access to the food, to the meals, the breakfast and the lunches, whether they're on campus that day or not. So we're figuring out pickup sites or how we may manage that. And I apologize, many of these questions, you see, we're still in the process of figuring out all the additional pieces, but these are very important topics. So thank you for bringing them up.
Thank you. I think that's it for right now.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Just 3 clarifying questions. I just really wanted to make the distinction tonight. We are absolutely sort of breaking with, there's a middle school and then there's a high school sort of model. And we're recommending now, or at least talking about in the middle school, that they're 100% distance learning. And in the elementary, it's the hybrid, the pair days at the moment.
So any one of these models, now I think this is an important clarifying question. Any one of these models needs to be able to move either, if we have to distance learning, right? Yes. Because we don't know what the health condition might be, and or start moving more to school if we're allowed to. Yeah. So, so at this point in time, what we're looking at is a hybrid model at the elementary, because we can keep the cohorts low enough, and we can implement the cleaning. We feel we can implement cleaning and maybe even do it more efficiently and provide more time for kids at the elementary. And the reason for the break between elementary and middle is that the cohort for middle, and you can see those different models, none of them are very robust for a middle schooler. And we can now see, as we've struggled through it, why the high school has gone with the program they've gone with, because the kids would have the same problem. If they choose a set of electives or they're in a certain path, they move. They don't travel in groupings, and then they interact with one another. So at the same time, if we were able to start moving to more of a cohort approach on campus, we might want to look at the AABB model at middle school at some point, right? But right now, it's not a very safe model with as many students that have to be in that cohort. So I guess you are right. Tonight we need to have a decision on a model, a hybrid model. We're going to bring back further information for you from middle school. But do know that any one of these could move depending on what we need to do related to health conditions. That's a really good question.
Yeah, so we're actually breaking the elementary. Tonight's decision, or the vote specifically on our agenda, is going to be broken down just to elementary then.
Right.
And to clarify, Joan, if I could, we are still offering the model option of full-time distance learning at the elementary level. This, just to be clear.
Right. And that one, the distance learning for families who feel they cannot return, that you approved at the last meeting. And we're already moving down the path to make that happen. And now we need to finalize this so that we can start building some better structures around it, which is to Trustee Watkins' question of like, okay, how do we want to flesh this out with information from our families? And that I have to figure out what is the most efficient way to do that, because I think our parents are getting tired of surveys, and I think they might be getting, sitting in a coffee chat or board meeting and taking notes that way is also not very efficient. So we're thinking about how to capture these ideas.
Great. And just clarifying on in the hybrid model and the paired days, David, you had mentioned that Wednesdays, there could be, as we I guess, maybe get more efficient at cleaning, there is a possibility of bringing kids back on campus on Wednesdays. But at this moment, we're setting that aside or reserving that for distance learning, for everyone to be on distance learning. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Lastly, the last question is, can you also clarify, I think I know what this is, and I'm pretty sure I know what it is, but can you elaborate on the 6th, 10th, and 14th week check-in? This is the first time where I think that we are seeing this, or at least the public is seeing it. And, my guess is that, are we reevaluating this, or is this a time for possible transitions from one model to another, or can you elaborate just on your thinking on this?
So what we have seen in other districts and, across the state, across the nations, internationally, is that they do review their model and determine if they can move to another phase or move their program forward, hopefully not backward, at different points in time. So we were thinking what would be reasonable. We're thinking about the end. So we start about the middle of August, right? So maybe the end of September, we should be looking at where are we at this point, and then just keep checking in as to what are the health conditions. We can discuss it at a board meeting. I can set them into our board meetings and we can plan ahead to discuss where we are with health conditions, what options do we have, and also we need to think about how to collect some data on how it's going.
Great.
These pieces are not completely finalized, again, still in process, but that's the idea, is that you would have a reevaluation of where you are health-wise and also programmatically so that you can make changes.
Great. So at some point, basically, we were going to have check-ins to reevaluate whether or not we move from one model to another or stay firm with what we have. And it'll depend on any new information that we have, including health data or whatever else there is at
Right.
that point.
And also looking at program, how's it going? We want regular check-ins on that so that we feel like we're being responsive to the needs.
Great. Great. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to public comment. For those who are new to our meetings, normally our process is we get staff presentation, we move on to board clarifying questions, and then we have a public comment period, which is now, which I will open up in a second, and then I'll close the public comment period, and then we will have a board discussion and a vote on this item. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Trustee Chin, we currently have right around 19 people with their hands raised
19.
to make public comment.
Okay.
And it is going up.
And it is going up, yes. So I wanted to clarify with everyone, we actually have 2 items on the agenda tonight with very similar topics. This item is specifically regarding the hybrid model. And in the next item, item 6.3, we're going to actually be talking about the actual distance learning curriculum. So depending on how you guys want to comment, there will be a public comment period for that one as well. So for everyone who wants to comment, if you can please raise your hand on the Zoom so we can get an accurate count of how many we have as it keeps climbing. With at least 20, I would say if we were to do 3 minutes, that's 1 hour, but considering a public comment, but I would guess that we're going to get more as we go along. So I'm going to limit the public comment to 2 minutes each for this item. And if you want to make a public comment, please raise your hand and Peter will begin bringing people into the Zoom meeting and allowing you to speak. So did I get everything right, Peter?
You did, absolutely. So we have
okay.
We have currently 30 people that are with their hands raised for public comment. So again, 2 minutes. Everybody, I hate interrupting people, and I really do. And I know everyone has a lot to say, but please, I have a little timer here for 2 minutes. You're going to kind of hear it in the background. I'm going to leave my microphone unmuted. Please, please, when you hear that timer, please wrap up your thoughts and your final comments to the board so that we can get through all the attendees that have something to say and address the board. So again, please, please try to keep this to the 2 minutes. First, we have Lois Whitehorn, and then afterwards, Marianne Wallace. Lois?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a San Mateo resident and a parent. I'm concerned about the risks to students, their families, teachers, and staff with a planned reopening of the schools under a hybrid plan this August. Research findings have clarified that the riskiest settings for transmission and infection of COVID-19 are characterized by precisely the factors that would be present in a school classroom. In particular, multiple persons indoor together for an extended period of time that is more than a few minutes, speaking or otherwise engaging in actions that are likely to propel respiratory droplets, and close proximity where even 6 feet apart may not be sufficient. Masks help, but studies suggest that without N95 masks, the risk is only partially mitigated when these conditions are present, and even then, only when the masks fit properly, are worn all the time, which isn't something we can necessarily expect from children. Superior ventilation systems designed to filter the air can reduce the risk, and some experts have suggested that schools not reopen until they have updated their ventilation systems consistent with that research. I feel we need to accord greater respect for the health and the lives of our teachers. While appropriately much discussion has focused on whether or not children are more or less likely to get infected or become seriously ill, little discussion has generally been focused on the teachers. Most teachers know going in that their profession is undervalued, that they will be overworked and underpaid, and they sign up anyway because of their passion for educating our children. But teachers haven't signed up to risk their lives when such risks are avoidable if the resources focus on developing the high quality alternatives such as a fully remote education program. I feel what we're learning day by day is that when segments of our society open up in congregate settings, the virus surges. Therefore, any hybrid plan will likely have to shift to fully remote alternatives once the predictable virus surge forces another shelter-in-place order, but only after placing our students, their families, and our teachers and staff at lethal risk. I believe we should take the cue from those post-secondary institutions that have decided to go entirely remote.
Ms. Whitehorn, can you please wrap up your comments, please?
Okay, yes. I feel we should take the cue from those post-secondary institutions that have decided to go entirely remote in order to prioritize the welfare of our students, teachers, and staff. In these settings, the students are adults who presumably are more capable of abiding by rules about social distancing and mask wearing than are the children. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Lois. Next is, oh, we have kind of a little change. Julie MacArthur. Julie?
Hi, good evening. I thought I had another second.
I know, I did too.
No worries. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to say that I appreciate the districts recognizing that distance learning in a middle school setting is safest for both teachers and staff, but I'm very curious as to what this arbitrary number of contacts the district has decided is too many, because I do think that we potentially have additional teachers who would meet that criteria for too many. I also want us, when we are thinking about the hybrid model, to consider that I had the opportunity today to look at some of the summer school classrooms, and upon measuring, some of those classrooms could literally only hold 9 students at 6 feet. And so under that circumstance, an AB model doesn't work. We're going to need an ABC model to accommodate students safely at 6 feet apart, given our current square footage assessment. So my hope really is that just as the district realized at some point that an in-person model was not safe for teachers and not safe for students in a middle school model, that you are in fact still keeping that option open for the elementary school model. We may find that between busing and the long lines for intake and the fact that students will actually get more direct instruction with their teachers in a distance learning model, that we may find that in fact is the best way and the safest way to educate students going forward. I don't feel at this point that we have reached a place with our understanding of this disease that we can for sure say that the long-term effects outweigh the fact that we need to keep the potential for full-time distance learning on the table for elementary students, for the students' sake and for the safety of our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, next we have, it's identified as PJCC Zoom 4, and then after that is a person identified as PH. So PJCC, if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, apologies for that. I was logged into the wrong account.
That's okay.
My name is Shar Dubinsky, and I'm a mother of a student in the school district. Thank you for all of this. We really appreciate it. Would just like to say that if the hybrid model is what is moved forward with, notifying parents which group their child is in, the A or the B, and what days we're going to need childcare is going to be vital. In the past, we don't get teacher placement until the day before school starts. We need it tomorrow, if possible, so that we can plan for what we have to do with our kids with this. So if you could take that into consideration with whatever is moved forward with, we need to know as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Shara. Okay, PH has lowered his hand or her hand. John Farrow will be next, and then after John will be Alexander N. John?
Thank you. I concur that a cohort of 150 is just too big for middle school, and I'm not clear on this, but I think that is what staff is acknowledging here. If so, if not, I think it's important to look at the trade-off between the very limited benefits of the hybrid versus the potentially greater benefits if we go to a full distance learning. The hybrid model would at most have the students in school for 2 mornings a week. It doesn't solve any significant childcare problems for people, and leaves them essentially unsupported by direct instruction for the rest of the week and resorting to an online distance learning. The teachers wouldn't be available to the cohort that was not in school. Whereas if you go to a full-time distance learning for all, it appears that the teachers would be available for all students every day to some extent, and within the constraints of obviously of a Zoom classroom. And it seems to me that when you weigh this, you should weigh the benefits of having an entire distance learning program. It would, for example, make it unnecessary to have a separate distance learning program for some students that's full-time, and then some sort of a half-week distance learning program for the kids in the hybrid. You could just have a single distance learning program, keep the teachers involved in it, have much more direct supervision and direct instruction, and essentially replicate electronically what the kids get in the classrooms. They could get a different teacher for each class. They could take the full range of courses. They just wouldn't be at school. So I would recommend that you go that way. Again, I think that if you can't do the small cohorts, you really shouldn't make the children and the teachers be exposed to the large cohorts. And of course, that will expose the rest of the community too, because the children have parents and are interacting with other people. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Okay, next would be Alexander N. And then after Alexander will be Rachel. Alexander?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for your efforts. I actually wanted to address what the first 2 speakers were talking about. I don't know what they're basing their statements on, but I encourage them and everybody else just to look at what the public health officials in Santa Clara County published just last week, and what the American Academy of Pediatrics published a couple of weeks ago. They clearly say that early decisions on school closure by public health experts around the country were based heavily on knowledge and experience with influenza, a disease for which school-based transmission is a significant factor in community-wide spread of disease. While scientific data for COVID-19 is still limited, published studies suggest that the epidemiology of COVID-19 is distinct from that of influenza. And specifically, those studies suggest that the disease prevalence among children is lower than adults. Children were less likely to be the first case within the household. School children have been associated with few secondary cases in the school, suggesting that child-to-child transmission may also not be as significant as influenza. And specifically, they say that younger children are different from teenagers or older children, that they spread the disease less and the danger is less. Therefore, I applaud you for your consideration to add more in-person teaching to younger children for two main reasons. First, young children cannot distance learn by themselves. So the mandatory education for younger children will mean mandatory remote school attendance for at least one parent. What about those families that only have one parent? It's a huge problem. So I actually encourage, again, everybody to look at this science and not some personal opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Okay, Rachel, and then after Rachel will be Anise. Rachel?
Hi.
Hello.
Thanks. Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
No, everyone probably asks that. My comment is perhaps more of like a question or curiosity. And I know none of you can speak to this now, but maybe just something to think about. I listened to the board meeting, the last one in late June, and a question I think was raised about students that are in the dual immersion schools, so the Mandarin and Spanish, if perhaps the hybrid model for those students might look different than the other schools, because those students obviously need a lot of time with the second language or the third language that they're learning. So I wanted just to bring that up because there was a previous comment about with the young kids, like take TK and K in first grade, might their hybrid model schedule look different than the older elementary kids? So I just wanted to bring up and wonder if for the students at Fiesta Gardens and the Mandarin Immersion School, if that was a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, next we have Anise. After Anise will be Randy. Anise?
Hi, I'm a parent in the district, and I just have a question. Although the high school district has not finalized their plans yet, one suggestion that they are working on, which seems quite pleasing, certainly from the parent point of view, is to at least require the teachers as best as possible to teach, even if it's distance learning 1 day or 5 days a week, from their classrooms. Is that something that we are also considering, at least within the middle school grades?
Thank you, Anise. Okay, Randy Painter, and then afterwards Marcella. Randy?
Hi, good evening. I have a couple of questions that if the board members would like to include post-discussion, I'd appreciate. And then just a comment following. So with the introduction that Trustee Chin noted of the 6-week, 10-week, 14-week check-ins, I was encouraged for this concrete plan, but I'm also curious about what does this mean for the ability to actually pivot? What kind of time is required for that ability? Second, before school starts, is there a date to decide by if school is actually going to open, is going to start, whether county framework requirements have been met for school to actually reopen? When you look at those requirements, there are certain conditions that must be required, that there has to be COVID positive cases in the county have to be flat or decreasing, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm wondering, will there be a decide by date then? And then with the county framework, as that document evolves, do those changes get approved by the committee that wrote it, or just by the county superintendent? And are those changes in response to orders and guidance from Dr. Morrow? So that's that's my second question, kind of a compound question. And then finally, I'm really glad to see that there is an acknowledgement of the importance of stakeholder input. As a parent in the district, I've just one more thing. I'm more interested in answering relevant surveys about school reopening than in long rambling surveys asking about my tolerance for a bond measure. So please don't underestimate the community's interest in surveys that have to do with the important health and education issues about school reopening. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. All right, we have Marcella, and then after Marcella will be TQ. Marcella?
Hello, thank you. I just want to remind or point out that we have 4 schools who have a socioeconomic status, socioeconomically disadvantaged of 50% of high or higher. And on top of those factors of a high percentage of English learners and Hispanic students, these are all categories that are showing struggles district-wide. Fiesta Gardens has the additional aspect of the language immersion program, which puts it in another needs area. Our program fosters bilingualism, biliteracy, and promotes the development of multicultural competencies for all the students. Based on the research and the formation of our school, it serves to close the achievement and opportunity gap between our English learners and their English-only counterparts by providing maximum access to curriculum and the opportunity to develop literacy and academic skills in 2 languages in an instructional setting that values both the language and culture. It supports our English learners by promoting a more positive self-concept. So I want to make sure that as we think about, and I did not see it this time, I know we got an email, but the email didn't give us much information. I want to know what the thoughts are that are going to support, with this hybrid model, that are going to support both our English learners and our Spanish learners in a school that is identified with multiple areas that the district struggles with. I'm also concerned about the survey. I don't think we're tired of surveys. I agree with Randy. We're not happy with the way that this survey was sent out. I'm disappointed that only 40% of our families responded. I'd imagine that more than 40% of our families wanted to contribute. I wonder how many of those families who did not respond fall into one of those underserved categories that I mentioned above. I really think that all voices are not being heard. And the final question I have is about middle school. There's been a lot of discussion about electives. Will middle schoolers be given the opportunity to select electives, or will there be any discussion about those electives? And will ergonomics be considered when you have students who are being expected to be online all day? Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, next person, J.S. Bastieri. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. And then after that will be Michael.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. My question is, for the full-time distance learning, is it a possibility to be more flexible for the parents who work, odd hours? Both parents are working 9 to 5. Is there some way we can mirror the charter school system, the current online homeschooling system through the charter school, where they have an assigned teacher and the student checks in every 2 to 3 weeks with their assigned teacher, which allows for flexibility for families who work, the typical 9 to 5 schedule. And I just feel like my husband and I, we've had the flexibility, but we have a lot of, because of our work schedule, but we have a lot of family and friends who have been really stressed out because both parents work 9 to 5, childcare is an issue, and had they had that flexibility where they say, here's the work that needs to be done. If you as long as you get it done within the week, and we're not tied to the 8:30 to 2:30 schedule, it would take a lot of stress off the families. And I just feel like if we're going to go through a full online distance program, why can't we mirror that as of the public school charter school system?
Awesome. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, next we have Michael, and then after Michael will be Rena. Michael? Michael, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you, Michael.
All
You have
right,
2 minutes.
thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board. I'm a concerned parent at the elementary school level. I support reopening the schools as quickly as feasible, but only if and when this can be done while protecting the health and safety of all students, teachers, and staff. Following are 3 issues that I think need to be addressed. 1, I'd like to know what metrics the district applied to determine that it's safe to reopen the schools at this time. In particular, I note that according to the health department's database, San Mateo County has seen 631 new cases of COVID-19 over the past 10 days. On July 3rd, less than a week ago, the county recorded 91 new cases, the highest daily incidence since the start of the pandemic. This doesn't seem to be an acceptable level of infection for reopening schools, even for a hybrid model. I would like to know how the district reached the conclusion that it is. 2, if the district proceeds with reopening, the district should clearly identify the protocols it plans to implement to ensure the safest possible health conditions for students, teachers, and staff. For example, all individuals should be temperature tested before entering the school building, and COVID-19 testing should be available on site for all individuals who fail the temperature test. If any individual tests positive for COVID-19, comprehensive contact tracing and immediate strategic isolation should follow. In addition, the district should disclose what metrics it will apply in the future to determine whether deteriorating health conditions might require reclosing the schools and reverting to full-time distance learning. Number 3, final, the safety protocols that the district implements will doubtless require additional teaching and maintenance staff and will doubtless cost money. I would like the board's assurance that the district has adequate additional resources to meet these staffing and budget requirements. Let me end my remarks with a rhetorical question. I note that the board is holding an online meeting to discuss the physical reopening of schools. If the board deems it unsafe for a handful of adults to be together in a room, why does the board believe that it's safe for hundreds of children, their teachers, and school staff to be together in a school building? Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, Rena, and then after Rena will be Trini. Rena?
Hi, my name is Rena Korb, and I am an avid parent. This is a really sad day. I know that nobody on this call wants our kids to not be able to go to school. I appreciate that you board members didn't know that this was going to happen when you decided to do service on the board, and the district could not have foreseen this as well. That being said, I have to say that I'm disappointed that the district thought that having cohorts of 135 kids was a good idea in the first place, when all of our health guidelines have stated that kids should be in small, stable cohorts as much as possible. I know camps can't go more than 12 kids. So I feel like here we are about a month out. We still don't know what's happening. So, that is just, I don't quite understand that. I also have to say that I'm disappointed that the majority of board members don't seem to get they don't seem to be kind of unfazed by this huge shift for the middle school kids. I mean, I only have middle school kids, so that's really what I am focused on. But this is a very large departure from what we thought we were going to have. And if we do have a hybrid, the kids are going to be in school so infrequently that it's not worth anyone's exposure. So I just hope that we don't have that much time left. And I hope that there's going to be some really serious thought into how we can make this work in the time frame that we have. And you know, at the board meeting 2 weeks ago, we were asked to trust the district. And I trust that you want to do what is best for our kids, but there is so much going on and we are losing time, and I have so many questions about the new idea and we still don't know.
Thank you, Rena. Appreciate it.
Fucking disappointed.
All right, Trini, and then after Trini will be David. Trini?
Yeah, hi, this is Trina. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the parent of a middle schooler in the district, and I was just wondering if the proposed all-distance program presented tonight for middle school would be the same as the all-distance option that's also referred to as the virtual school, or will those still be considered two different programs? I was a little confused about that. Because that would be super important to have that information before we choose virtual school, if that's what we're going to do. I also want to mention that I am really happy that we have the option of all distance learning, because I really feel it is the safest for everyone, especially considering the rising number of infections in kids under 19 in our county right now. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Trina. Okay, David, you'll be next, and then after David will be Judith. David?
Hi, yes, my name is David. I'm a teacher in the district. And so science has now told us that the coronavirus can become aerosolized. That is, it can become an aerosol. And so it can linger in the air for quite a long time. So my question and concern is about the ventilation systems, that it is clearing out this aerosol out of the classrooms. I commend you for your attention to cleaning the surfaces and also to physical distancing. Those are two important elements. But the third element really is the aerosolized virus that has to be cleared out by ventilation. So I hope that that is being paid attention to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Okay, next we have Judith, and then after Judith would be Aaron. Judith? Judith, are you there?
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Judith. Soy Judy, soy enfermera practicante en San Mateo. I'm a nurse practitioner in San Mateo. My daughter is a second grader at George Hall. And for the past 5 months, I've continued to work in the clinic and also at COVID-19 drive-through test sites in San Mateo and in Sunnyvale. And I'd just like to bring up the tremendous burden that this has placed on families of elementary school students with distance learning. And although distance learning may present the best option for health safety of both students and teachers, I would like to emphasize the need to make an early decision, both about annex care and also if we do have cohorts, stable cohorts, announcing as early as possible what these cohorts would be and on what dates, so that families may continue to plan and arrange for whatever daycare and childcare they need to proceed forward. Muchísimas gracias a ustedes esta tarde. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judith. Okay, next we have Aaron Chow. Aaron, and then after Aaron will be Frank. Aaron?
Hi there, thank you for hosting this. I have 3 kind of distinct points or questions I'd like to bring up. I'd like to echo the earlier question or concern regarding the youngest kids in our elementary schools and getting more clarity on what the plan is for the hybrid model for specifically TK and kindergarten. I know there was some early discussion about 5-day cohorts with separate AM/PM schedules. And I would strongly urge the board to consider some creative ways to make this happen. I've seen firsthand and talked to a lot of friends who's recognizing this age group does not engage successfully in distance learning, even if they have the luxury of a fully participatory caregiver at home. The second question is, for those of us who do plan to utilize the cohort models and be on site, will we possibly have some say in requesting 1 or 2 families that might be in the cohort with us? Some local families have started discussing maintaining the safety of the cohort bubble, but leveraging each other for support in the days they're not on campus. I know this is atypical and certainly difficult to execute, but I would appreciate the consideration to manage the needs of families so that we can still do school and work simultaneously and protect the safety of the general cohort. Lastly, I just wanted to add, we're seeing some creative and simple solutions from the local Parks and Recs summer camp programs who have been utilizing outdoor spaces safely and broadly. Have we considered creating more outdoor classroom setups, particularly for younger kids, if it means they're on campus more time, whether in the parking lots or parts of playgrounds or lawns. It not only would be safer because of the health concerns and being outdoors, we know is safer, but it might allow more kids to be on campus more often. These are some of the things on the minds in my household. I appreciate your time. Thank you for considering all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Erin. Next is Frank. After Frank will be Maria. Frank? Frank, are you there? Frank, you might need to unmute yourself. All right, apparently we're having some technical difficulty with Frank. I'm going to keep your hand up, Frank, and we'll move on to the next person, and we'll come back to you. Maria. Then after Maria, we'll try Frank again, and then Colleen. Maria, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a parent, and I was going to just talk about what the previous caller talked about, doing instead of in-classroom teaching. Is there consideration how they can do outdoor teaching, since I'm hesitant to send my kids to school because with all this new information that's coming out regarding the children, it makes me very nervous to send my children to school. And I'm worried about the safety of my children, the teachers, and the community, meaning, families that live with grandparents. The grandparents are going to pick up the kids, stuff like that. So I'm just wondering, is there a way? I've talked to some teachers about it and say, if you do have to go back to school, teaching outside is better than inside, because we know that, the virus does linger in the air, especially inside and indoors. So I'm just wondering, with the weather being better in August, and then we could have to transfer to, we'll probably have to go into distance learning in the fall, later fall, by winter. But is that something that the district is considering setting the teachers up for, bringing that as an idea of doing outdoor teaching versus indoor teaching, if they have to go into this hybrid model? So that's my concern, just for the teacher's sake and the families. That's all. Thank you for your time, and thank you for putting so much thought and efforts into try to work everything out for these kids safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, Frank. Colleen H will be next, and then after Colleen will be Leah. Colleen?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to have a few minutes of your time. I'm a parent. I've got kids going into 5th and 7th grades, 2 different schools. I wanted to just say that we as a family are interested in the hybrid model because we don't have the option to work for another school year from home. I'm an essential worker. I feel like it's my only option to say I'd like to do the hybrid model because I don't feel I have the luxury of doing anything else, not at this time. I know a speaker earlier on talked about teachers risking their lives being in the classroom. Quite honestly, we're all risking our lives because we can't control the cohorts of the teachers in the classroom, the children in the classroom, the kids they were on the bus with, and so on and so forth. So I just clearly just want that to be known that it doesn't feel like an option for me, and we're all putting ourselves at risk somehow. That's not to say that I want to do full-time distance learning because we don't know how we would manage that at home, but I feel that needs to be said. It's an option, but it's not an option that I would really opt for. I want us all to be safe, every last one of us. Like the nurse practitioner who was just speaking, I've been working at Kaiser this whole time. I don't get to work distantly. We all need to take very careful steps for ourselves and for our children. Part of the concern that we have at this time is distance learning was really difficult for us. I wanted to make sure that when the time comes in the hybrid model, because some of these days are going to be distance learning, will our teachers be ready to teach with live instruction the first day of school? Will they be ready to pivot to full distance learning if need be by the public health officer's order? Are we thinking about needing to cancel vacations, consolidate days off, do something else to somehow make up for the loss of instructional time that either of these programs, distance learning or hybrid model, will regretfully cause? I really appreciate this time to speak. And I do need to say, because my kids are on different campuses, somehow their schedules, whether it's AA, BB, I can't even keep track of the letters, have them in school on the same day so we can figure out how we're going to manage them at home. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Colleen. Okay, Leah, and then after Leah will be Karen. Leah?
Hi there.
Hello.
So first of all, I wanted to ask about the cleaning plan that will be presented next week. I think it would be great if we could hear the associated costs and how parents can help ensure that this is done quickly so that we can optimize for more class time. I also want to thank the board very much for continuing to consider more class time for TK through first grade. These kids do not have the mental nor the social capacity to do distance learning without adult supervision. And we'd like to hear more feedback on when exactly we're going to vote on something like this. And finally, I would like to point out there's been a lot of talk about equity. Parents who can afford to will take the full distance option and will hire tutors or attend some sort of private schools. How is this actually addressing equity, and what are the plans to handle the disparity in education once we're all back on site? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Karen. After Karen will be Christy. Karen?
Thank you for taking my call. I want to thank you all for just taking the time to do all this. This has been such a really tough time for everyone, and the work that you have to do to juggle all of these, all of the new laws and all of the new codes, and working with the teachers and the staff and the students and families. My concern right now is really for both the hybrid and the distance model. Are we going to have enough teachers who are going to be able to fill those roles? You know, even with seniority, most of the teachers have already had their assignments at the end of the school year, and they're planning on teaching their traditional classes. How is it going to be? Are we going to have enough teachers to teach distance, and teachers who want to come and who are ready to come back to the classrooms? We've had trouble last year at our school, especially, having at least 2 to 3 subs on campus almost every single day. You know, the sub pipeline has completely dwindled, and it will be even smaller in the fall, given the number of schools that are going through the exact same thing. How do you handle that whenever that happens in the class and you have your cohorts or you're doing distance? That's a real concern for me. And also annex. When the kids are going to school 2 days a week, does that mean that annex is going to be taking those kids on the off day cohorts? Does that mean they're able to be dropped off at 8:15 in the morning and they'll be picked up again at the afternoon? Or will annex have days when they overlap with AB for the younger grades and so on? All of these take additional staffing, and a lot of the para hours on campuses have been cut. So we don't have as many librarians, we don't have as many teacher aides, and a lot of those touch points And a lot of those points of contact are adults who make a big difference in kids' lives. The art teachers who are there, the science teachers who are there. And every single one of those is another 10 or 15 minutes a week that somebody could have a contact point with your child. So all of those I really hope are taken into consideration when we go into this. So I want to thank you very much. And I know you've got a really tough job, and I applaud you for all the work that you do and the hours that you put into this, because this is more than just our district. We see this in all the districts across the country and all over the world. So this is not just us, it's everyone. So thank you very much for all of your work.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, we have Chris. I said Christy before, but I realized it's an L. Crystal, and then afterwards is Melissa. Crystal?
Hi there. Thank you for taking my call.
Go ahead.
At Foster City School. I did my very best to channel my inner Lin-Manuel Miranda and Renee.
Crystal, my apologies. Hold on one second. It sounds like we're having a hard time hearing you. Crystal, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, fantastic. We can hear you now. So
Okay.
reset the timer, 2 minutes, please. Go ahead.
To the board. Parents, the teacher would love to teach by your side when it's safe. To a safe reunion and the guidance you provide. May we always be healthy and wise. So this is what it feels like to teach a room full of TK. How hard can it be? It's the feeling of chaos and herding cats. It's kids crying and running and the like. You see it, right? Don't touch that. Sit down. Be still. Everything we say, we have to repeat. Every day it's a bit of a dance, a bit of a posture, it's a bit of a stance. They're only 4, so I give them many chances. How will this work in a COVID crisis? Kids separated from parents at the front gate, left to find the classroom, flying by the seat of his pants, scared and, boy, does he know it. Masked faces, no smiles, can't see it. He wishes he were far away from this place. Then he turns to see his mother's face, and she is helpless. Number 1, I'm a TK teacher in a district of 21 schools. TKK are a grade like none other. We teach the youngest and the wittiest, and the gossip amongst parents is insidious. And COVID fog is looming. That doesn't mean we want to teach them any less. Number 2, you say hybrid learning, masked and 6-foot distance, which elevates the status of. We'd have to be naive to say, okay, maybe that's why we have so many questions. We hope the board takes in our concerns. Number 3, I know my colleagues like I know my own mind. You will never find a group as caring or as kind. If we tell you that we are concerned for our health, will you listen? Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. All right, next we have Melissa, and then after Melissa will be Sarah. Melissa.
Hey, Peter. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay, excellent. I don't have as lovely a singing voice as our last respondent, so I'm going to just speak. I have just one comment to make, and it echoes a little bit of what a previous commenter had said about giving families as much lead time as we can on the cohorts. You know, I've been able to kind of create a little pod for my kiddos and myself with a couple other families in a as safe a way as possible to mitigate that risk, but also give a little bit of socialization to my 5 and 8-year-olds, and also to in the expectation that I know that some of those kiddos will be in our cohort next year, because my son's in an SDC class, so it's a little bit different there. We kind of know who we will be with. And it's made a big difference for us. And I think that helping families to facilitate building relationships with other families in their cohort that could, you know, as a lot of people have said, like, you know, if both parents work, they're struggling with the distance learning aspect. Well, you know, we can kind of share those burdens together in a way that is safe and makes sense, you know. And I'm hopeful that we can kind of, you know, I know all this is so hard and you guys are working, everyone is working really hard to make solutions, but just one idea that we've had is just that, you know, as we go forward, we can sort of group our resources and help each other to to support either our learning or the socialization of our kids that that can be very valuable. And I would love it if we were able to utilize the resources of the district to set parents up for success in that way. And whether that's asking for parent volunteers to help facilitate those things or facilitating them through the cohort selection process, I would love it if we could make that a thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, Sarah's next, and after Sarah will be Roseanne. Sarah?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Sarah.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you for having this meeting available. I know you all are probably parents and you all have other jobs, and I really just wanted to take a moment to recognize that everyone's making a big sacrifice to go the extra mile in keeping our children safe. I'm a parent of 2 children in the school district, both elementary students, both of who have had COVID. Our entire family has. And I just want to say to the people who are calling in and saying they need to look at the science, that we don't know what is happening. I have been spending a lot of time at the Stanford Pediatric Infectious Disease Clinic with both of my children. No one wants to go through what we've been through. No one. The doctors do what they can, but they cannot tell us what to expect. They cannot tell us what this means for our children in the future. They cannot tell us what it means for us in the future. It is a complete roll of the dice. And I know that we all have jobs and we all have responsibilities. But the reality is that we are all being asked to make a huge sacrifice. Some of us will be fine. Some of us won't. And there is no way to know whether you will be okay or not. There is no way to know what price you will pay for getting sick. And no matter what you do to protect yourselves, you will know someone who will face the challenge. I want someone to speak, if they can, to whether or not the reopening criteria that the school is facing is based on the fact that the governor has said that he will not fund schools that will have an online-only distance option, that the schools have to reopen in some aspect in order to get state funding. I'm very lucky that my children have the option to be in an online-only option at this point because they're both in elementary school. But I worry about my neighbors.
Sarah, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but if you could please wrap up your comments. The 2 minutes is up, so we can get to the end.
I just would like, I don't know if Dr. Rose is can speak to the fact that the governor is requiring schools to open in order to get state funding. Is that true?
That's something I think we can address through public comment, but it might be discussed through board items in the future. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, next will be Roseanne. After Roseanne will be PH. Roseanne.
Hello, I'm Roseanne Wong, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Foster City Elementary School. I spoke last week, 2 weeks ago, and I stayed up until 1:20 in the morning with you. And I thought that the board had asked the superintendent to have a survey as to whether or not teachers felt it was comfortable or safe to return. And I was disappointed that that was not the survey that I got. And I think that the answer actually came yesterday when the CTA wrote a letter to the governor saying that it was not safe to return. And I'm looking at the LA Times headline for today, July 9th, and it says that over the past 2 weeks, San Mateo County has recorded 782 cases, failing the governor's metric for disease transmission, because apparently he thinks that 100 per 100,000 is safe, but we are at 102 per 100,000. So I feel that it's not safe. And if you do return, there should be things like face shields, paper towels, hot water, hand washing stations, and HEPA air filters that are provided to teachers, and maybe even plastic dividers on desks. I also wanted to say that I'm concerned because Foster City Elementary School, instead of having fewer students, we're going to have a double campus with students for the new school. So I feel that instead of making it less crowded, it's going to be more crowded. And then the third thing is that I don't know if you realize the hybrid program is going to double the workload of teachers, because they will have to not only provide a distance learning curriculum, which was difficult, but then they're going to have to also provide a in-person curriculum. So there should be time and some training provided for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roseanne. Okay, PH followed by Joy. PH, if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm a 8th grade child's parent, and I want to thank David for his presentation. It was really helpful, made me understand. I think he talked through some of the questions I had when I'd seen previously. And I want to thank the board. You are doing the toughest job. Thank you, everyone, for staying up like almost till 1 o'clock and making a big decision for our children. And for middle school, I had just a question, like previously it was decided that the teachers could be from any school if you opt for distance learning. But now if we are talking about distance learning for all middle school, will we be getting the same teachers from their real school? Like if my child goes to Bowditch, will my child get the teachers only from Bowditch or not? Or if parents have a say or anything in that, I would like to know. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have Joy, and then after Joy will be Sandy. Joy?
Hi, good evening. I apologize if I double up anything somebody has said. I signed on a little late, so I apologize. I am a single parent in the district. I am also a Foster City School parent and do have the same concerns about the double campus. I was concerned about it before this started, unknowing we'd have over 1,000 kids then, and now certainly concerned about what it could look like with this in mind. I have a few things I want to point out that have happened over the last couple weeks and things that I've read. Santa Clara Unified, where I was once an administrator, had 40 administrators in a meeting a week ago. Now, many of my friends are home quarantined because one person was asymptomatic. If that can happen with 40 adults, what are we talking about with children? And I read a thread recently saying that if one teacher, I apologize, if one teacher has 15 students and one student is exposed, now they've exposed the teacher and all the class and the teacher goes home, exposes her family. If she or he has a student in another class or at another school, the domino effect just continues, and we are just continuing the cycle. And that really worries me for educators and for families. I want to say something on behalf of the teachers. Teachers in schools are not daycare providers. I understand that parents for years have gotten accustomed to, we send our kids to school and we go to work. However, we're in a pandemic. Our system is way flawed. It goes beyond schools, it goes beyond everything. This isn't our fault, but districts shouldn't have to be thrown under the bus, and teachers shouldn't made to be feel guilty for not feeling comfortable coming back. I'm very worried for them, as I'm worried for myself going back to work. I will echo what somebody said. If the 5 of you aren't going to meet in a room, what in God's name are we thinking putting 15, 20 kids back in a classroom? If you 5 aren't meeting together, then we have no business putting anybody back together in a room. That really does concern me. I'd rather spend time crunching right now how to figure out how to do PD for distance learning rather than considering how we're going to do this hybrid model. I think our teachers deserve that much and not be put up against, day one and be like, oh, by the way, today we're home. let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joy. Okay, we have Sandy, and then after Sandy, we have Diane. Sandy?
Hi, I'm Sandy. I am both a first grade teacher at Foster City Elementary School and a parent to a third grader at Foster City Elementary School. And I echo the concerns of a lot of the teachers and parents about the safety of going back to school. As personally, I felt distance learning was really, really difficult for everyone. As a parent, it was really difficult because I was waking up at 6 in the morning and finishing work at 8 o'clock in the evening and still not feeling like I was educating my child sufficiently or my students sufficiently. At the same time, despite the fact that I was working even more hours than I was doing before all of this happened, I still don't want to send my child back to school, and I don't want to go back and teach either. And I truly believe that as teachers, we put ourselves out there every single day, and we accept the fact that, you know, sometime we may have to stand in front of an active shooter in order to protect the children. We may have to do all kinds of things that are uncomfortable for us, but I personally am not comfortable at all putting my life on the line because other parents want their children to be taken care of. So I just wanted to say that. I want to thank you guys for all of your input and for considering this. And as a teacher and a parent, I appreciate everything you've done, but I absolutely do not feel safe going back to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, we have Diane, and after Diane will be Pierce. Diane? Diane, are you there? Diane, you might need to unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry, I had the, I apologize. Thanks very much.
That's okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Diane Clarkson. I'm a Highlands and a Burrell parent. And, you know, first I want to thank all of you for all the work that you're doing. These are, you know, clearly very difficult and unprecedented times, and we appreciate all your efforts. Now, I hear all the concerns of other parents, and I wanted to offer my support for Alexander N's comments regarding the evolving science, and that we do need to continue to look to the most current findings and recommendations. So I know that more recently, the American Academy of Pediatrics, as well as international experiences, have indicated that children do make up fewer than 2% of the COVID-19 cases and are unlikely to spread the virus. If your children do fall into that 2%, I understand that that's not a very reassuring statistic for you, but I do think it's important that we include looking at the science and this data as we start making our decisions. I think that 2 of the parents have noted that, you know, we do need to know as soon as possible which cohort our kids will be in, and I wanted to echo this. So that's critical for organizing childcare and work schedules. In fact, I think we also need more detail than that. So in the spring, it was really difficult for working parents, especially with elementary kids, to juggle the day. And part of this challenge was that many of us didn't get their kids' classwork in advance. We got it the morning of, which was when our working day had started. And so it became very difficult to juggle both the work day and the kids' school day. I think for working parents, it's really critical that we're able to anticipate the schedule. So I'm just wanting to ask you to take that into consideration, to let us know as soon as possible, not just what cohort our kids are in, but what hour on-campus teaching will begin and what hour you expect kids to be available for online teaching. We will build our entire work days around that, but this isn't something that we can do easily, and so we want as much runway as possible to be able to plan for this. I also want to reiterate that this isn't about parents wanting babysitting. Parents who are essential workers or who need to pay the rent need to make sure that they're able to support their kids and continue working. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, we have Pierce, and then after Pierce will be Yana. Pierce?
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Pierce. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Pierce Akel, and I'm a middle school teacher, science teacher in the district. Thank you. The work you are doing is so important, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak. There are so many things to consider, many of which I'm completely unaware of, much less able to prioritize. Off the top of my head, the biggest areas of concern are student safety and childcare, social emotional learning and well-being, academic and intellectual growth. While for many, the academic and intellectual growth of their children may be the lowest priority of these three, and I say that without any judgment, of course, this is what I want to speak to in relation to the middle school hybrid model. Distance learning lessons require exponentially more work to plan than lessons which I teach in person. I regularly worked a minimum of 60 hours a week during distance learning last year and provided far less direct instruction than the hybrid model would call for. If I'm in front of students, as much as this model calls for, there is no way for me to sufficiently plan instruction, much less assess the students and reteach misunderstood concepts, at least in relation to my own professional standards, which again may need to be changed significantly. Have you clearly thought about what hybrid teachers will be able to offer their students academically and intellectually under these conditions? And will these expectations be made explicit to both teachers and parents before folks are given the choice to opt for hybrid learning? Also, is this the best we can offer to parents who need to choose the option that provides the most childcare and/or structure? Again, I do not know all of the concerns that you are considering and prioritizing, but I did want to share these thoughts on the middle school hybrid model, and I would be eager to share many more thoughts on this topic and others if given the opportunity. Thanks and have a great evening.
Thank you, Pierce. Okay, we have Yana, and then after Yana will be Kay Kenny. Yana?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for the board for taking the time to take our comments. We know you have an incredible job in front of you. I just wanted to echo some of the comments I had earlier about some of the youngest kids in the district, the TK through first grade. These are the children who really have the least to gain from distance learning, because even with parental supervision, it's very boring and difficult. And when it just becomes to a matter of assignments, there's so much resistance on doing it at all. And these kids are really at this point learning how to socialize with peers, how to be in a school setting. And for that, you really do need to be in school. So I would really strongly encourage taking a look at that 5-half-day scenario. I think it would be a great benefit to the kids. It would not increase the risk to the teachers since it's the same cohort. And I can actually think it could make it easier, just like the gentleman who spoke about having to do 2 curriculums at once. This would eliminate the need for a teacher to have a distance learning curriculum and an in-class curriculum, because all kids would be attending for those 3 hours, however many hours a day. I completely understand everyone's concerns. I'm a physician. I understand their concern about exposure. As a physician, I'm exposed every day. All of my colleagues, from the custodial staff to the food workers, nursing, respiratory therapists, we're exposed every day. So are fine folks that are working at grocery stores and restaurants. A lot of members of our society do take the risk to help keep society keep going. And I do not, and every single one of those people are deeply appreciated, because we do understand that the risk that they're taking to allow society to keep going forward. And that's the main thing I wanted to say, just getting that support for our youngest kids so we can make sure they continue to progress both academically and socially. Thank you.
Thank you, Yana. Okay, next will be Kay Kenny and then Carmen. Kay Kenny.
Hi, I'm Karen Kenny. I'm a music teacher in one of the middle schools, and I was wondering about 4 things actually. The first thing is regarding some of our students who take the bus. I know that the bus drivers do multiple runs, so they'll take one group of students to a K through 5 school, then they will backtrack and go get another set of middle school. And I'm concerned we don't have enough buses and bus drivers for them. Even the aerosols might linger inside the bus. I'm concerned too about my class setup for the hybrid model. We've turned our keys in over the summer because of the cleaning. And if we have only one day to set up, then that's not enough time to do that, reconfigure our classroom. The third concern concern is regarding if someone does test positive, how soon are we getting the results? And fourth thing that I would like to bring up is that NAFME, the National Association for Music Education, is doing a study out of Colorado, and would the board like a copy of that study once it comes out? Because it could give some opportunities for teaching some of the music classes that you're talking about cutting. I might be able to teach band, the instruments remotely, while I teach band in the classroom without the instruments and do the concepts that we can do together. So there are different possibilities that your music teachers can help you with. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for your hard work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Karen. All right, we have Carmen, and then after Carmen will be Maria. Carmen?
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I just want to say I appreciate all your hard work. Just echoing some of the parents or teachers that are saying, I'm a parent of 2 kids going to College Park, and it's the Chinese immersion program. We were notified that if we were to choose the distance learning model, that our immersion curriculum will not be supported. I know this is probably more to the next item, but I want you guys to maybe answer to like how this will work if different kids have different needs to this sort of distance learning versus hybrid model. And also, if, like what Karen said earlier, if a teacher were to test positive, how is that going to be supported? Thirdly, has anybody reached out to our Family of Mentors Scholarship program to ask if they can support more teachers and or aides in order to allow the hybrid model to work, or distance learning model to work for immersion program in my school specifically? Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Carmen. Okay, we have Maria Avina, Maria, and then after Maria will be Catherine Goodman. Maria, are you there?
Yes, hi. I'm a parent for an incoming 7th grader at San Mateo Foster City School District. What would happen if I decide not to take my child to school, if I decide not to bring him back to school? Like that lady was saying that she's been in a hospital with 2 kids being infected. I had the same situation a couple of years, and it's not a good situation. And right now we're concerned with the teachers and the kids, because this is an airborne thing. So what's going to happen if we just decide, well, we're not going to send our kids to school? Are you guys going to come and give us a fine or what? I mean, we first should most of all think of the health of our teachers and our kids. Yes, we want them to go back to school. Yes, we want to get the funding for our schools, but at the same time, we need to think first, health is first, and then going back to trying to get a normal back to work and all these other stuff. And I do greatly appreciate you guys taking your time. I know it's past your guys' schedule times for work and stuff, and I do greatly appreciate everything the school district is trying to do. But my biggest concern is that if these kids do go back to school, it's going to be a domino effect, because we did have a child that was exposed to this, and we parents at the school were not notified till like a week later of the child's exposure. And it was like, oh great. So then I had to quarantine myself, my kids, my whole family, because of this child being exposed, of my son being exposed to somebody that had been exposed to somebody that had to come in contact with this COVID-19. So it makes no sense going back to school when the numbers are rising up again. I just think it's better to stay distance learning for the meantime, because I honestly don't think I would be sending my child to school anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, next we have Catherine, and then after Catherine will be Stuthi. Catherine?
Hi, this is Nick, Catherine's husband. We have kids going into 1st and 5th at Fiesta. I think you all really need to provide a lot more detail. We've seen PowerPoints, and those are great. That's excellent summary information. We're asked to provide meaningful input via surveys and in these forums, but in reality, we only have scratched the surface of understanding. And when we get to these surveys, we're given options that are like choose between A and B, where we have one PowerPoint slide really between A and B with no details. And we're not given really detailed feedback options. So please do consider other surveys with deeper questioning about options. I'd also like to echo Marcelo's sentiment about making sure the surveys are equitable, like looking at potential physical or phone surveys for families that don't have access to computers, making sure we really get a representative sample. I'm highly concerned about the effectiveness of distance learning. We may have to do distance learning full time. We're at least going to be doing it 60% of the time. Is it going to be effective for all of our families, not just the families with computers at home, with Wi-Fi at home? How are we going to measure that? It was highly ineffective for our children, and they had all of the advantages that we could offer being at home with them full time and being tech savvy ourselves. What's that going to be like for everybody else? Whether it is lack of technology, lack of education, lack of access, really having a way of measuring the effectiveness of the distance learning program seems like one of those details we need to know. Other details to please consider sharing would be what does Annex look like? Again, that's for people who have kids in that program. It was a great program, but based on maybe the plan from 2 weeks ago, it sounded like it would probably not actually be an option for most families, given how it looked like it was going to be cut down. So thank you for all the hard work. Please provide more detail and continue sending out surveys.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, Stuthi, and then after Stuthi will be Jessica. Stuthi?
Hi, my name is Stuthi. I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a 6th grader in the Foster City. I was basically really concerned about no discussions today, maybe there were earlier, about testing for teachers especially. I'm an essential worker, non-healthcare, and I have the opportunity to be able to be tested every 2 weeks because I'm exposed to about 30 to 40 clients per day who come into my office. We do maintain distance in my office. We do wear masks, but because I'm an essential worker, I do have the opportunity to get tested. Teachers would also be considered essential workers if we go into the hybrid model. So I think even before we're looking at the data for hybrid models, looking at the cohorts, I think we really need a solid plan for how teachers can be tested. And also a plan for if someone tests positive in the classroom, what would happen? What would happen next? And then also contact tracing as well. How often would students be tested? How would students be tested, as well as how often? But main priority would be the teachers, because as we know, the children are do not nearly get as affected as adults do with this virus. Thank you all so much for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuthi. Okay, next we have Jessica, and after Jessica will be Christina. Jessica?
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay. Yes, I have a child entering kindergarten who is not doing well being away from the social interaction with teachers and friends. I did sign him up for a summer virtual course, and that is actually going surprisingly well. So I can speak to the fact that younger kids can learn in an online environment if it is engaging and personal enough. And I need to stress the personalized part because he has participated in 2 different programs, and the first did not work at all. So I'm torn between keeping him safe, but also sane. I would prefer that he attended in person, but also want to minimize the risk and the burden to the district. I recently read an article by an Oakland school teacher titled "We Cannot Return to Campus This Fall," which helped open my eyes, and I recommend it to others. So I would be happy to adopt the full-time distant learning option if there is a way to organize small cohorts among families, almost like a nanny share. As a family with both working parents full-time, it is stressful, but I would gladly help organize as long as my son can interact with just a couple other kids in order to maintain his mental health. That's all that I got. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time, and I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, next we'll have Christina, and then after Christina will be Andrew. Christina?
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm a parent of a 5th grader who's going to be going to Vista Gardens, and I'm also a mental health therapist who works at the San Mateo Union High School District. And I was able to see firsthand how distance learning really failed our students at an elementary school level and a high school level. They really did not receive much instruction from teachers, and for students who are already struggling with not being at grade level reading, they were having difficulty with math. There were no interventions that were provided to these students. There was no sort of teaching that happened to the students. Really what was happening is my daughter would get a list of 20 assignments that she needed to do. Some of them were prioritized, some of them were optional. And she had about 4 different math websites to look at. And because she's in a bilingual program, some of the instruction was in Spanish, some of it was in English, and it was very confusing and very difficult. And it took a lot of my time to be able to help her while I was also working and supporting my students full-time through my job. So I really want to know how teaching is actually going to happen, because our students really didn't learn. They did what they needed to do to get by whatever the lesson was for the day. But I really want to know how the district is going to ensure some quality education for our students. What are the standards that teachers are going to be expected to have, and how are they going to be monitored, and also what sort of interventions are going to be provided for students who may not have an IEP but who do need additional support in math or reading. Luckily, some of us are able to afford tutoring services, but not all the families in the district can afford that. And unfortunately, I wouldn't want to see another year of inequity in learning.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Andrew, and after Andrew will be, actually, hold on one second. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew?
Hello, I'm in 8th grade. I'm going to be an 8th grader at Abbott Middle School, and I want to start off by thanking all of you for all the efforts you're making to make school as safe as possible for all the students, teachers, and staff. But I would appreciate if the district could take into account the opinions of students, since we are the ones that are going to go to school and be exposed to coronavirus a lot of times. Perhaps a student survey to see what we feel like doing, like safe doing, what we feel safe doing, as well as what we think will be most efficient and productive for us, would be very helpful. Again, thank you so much for all you're doing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, next on the list is Maria, but Maria, we had heard from you earlier, so we have one comment per item, and there might be another item that maybe is related to what you have to speak to, but at this point, we're going to go to the next 11 people that are in line. Peggy, you are next, and then after Peggy will be Carlos. Peggy?
Hi, my name is Peggy, and I have a daughter at College Park Elementary School, and she's a kindergartner rising on to be a 1st grader. And thanks, I hope you guys get a bio break at some point. Thanks for literally bringing us into your homes and sitting there and listening to all of our concerns. I just wanted to say it was an adventure to deal with distance learning in her first year of school. She typically is a person who's very engaged in learning, and it was a bit difficult to get that spark going in the same kind of distance learning environment. And so mainly I just had a couple questions regarding how you are thinking about the types of tools that will really spark that engagement in distance learning situation or hybrid distance learning environment for especially the kindergarten, first grade, second grade classes. I appreciated that our teacher or the school district sponsored some tools like Epic and Boom Cards. Those were somewhat helpful. They enjoyed learning and reading there. And then I wanted to mention or suggest maybe looking into a couple other tools that I have encountered through conversations with some other parents. So I just was talking with my cousin who lives in Seattle, and she was telling me how grateful she was to see a platform like Seesaw being used, because it gave the community a sense of the students along with their teacher more of a sense of community. They could interact with the tool and comment on each other's stuff or see what others were doing, record songs or describe what they were seeing. So it made it feel more like a community even though you were distanced, and the students themselves learned how to use the app and go in and complete their assignments. We tried using Google Classroom in this past a couple months, and I don't feel that kind of level of community was fostered in the same way. Another thing that we've tried, because we're in the College Park Immersion program, is getting a tutor through an online program to supplement what she was learning or not. We were having very few Zoom classes or very few sessions, maybe twice a week. So I tried to get a italki tutor. And one of the tools that I really liked about my online tutor, which I've engaged for a few more classes, is that she used a lot of songs. So she made us download an app for singing songs and assign that to us. And then also using a Quizlet tool that allowed us to do matching games of vocabulary. So I just thought I'd raise those as hopes that the people who are in charge of your distance learning and IT are investigating those things that really foster and encourage interactivity and engagement with students. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Peggy. Appreciate it. Next, we have Carlos, and after Carlos will be Paul. Carlos. Carlos, are you there? Carlos, I'm not sure. Maybe you might have to unmute your microphone or grant permission to your microphone.
Yes.
There you are.
Hi,
Carlos.
I'm an educator, and I want to side with the side of health first. We need to understand that this isn't forever, that this is just a blip in the timeline, and that there would be other ways to make up for lost time or lost understanding that the hybrid model, there's not enough time to implement. This will fall by the wayside. It will increase, and it will increase in our. What will the district have to say when there's an incredible amount of improvement later because of? Lastly, there are too many variables. This is summer break and cases are skyrocketing. What are we going to do later when schools are open? And I just want to say that I'm in favor for the distance learning. Parents do need to be more involved. Parents need to understand that teachers are there to help, even if it means a little bit longer working hours, but we need to reside on the side of caution. And thank you for your.
Thank you, Carlos. Okay, next will be Paul. After Paul will be Concetta. Paul.
Hi, do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, this is Smriti Khera. I'm Paul's wife. Paul and I both made comments at the last meeting and we stayed on till the end. Really want to congratulate and applaud that you're giving us repeated chances to make comments and consider our opinion. I don't want to repeat anything we said last time. I just want to plus one and agree with Jana Kreisman, Diane Clarkson, who and Alexander previously, who've all talked to you about the importance that a school plays in a society and how important a school is for the entire society to function. And so I won't repeat those. I also want to reinforce the point about outdoor learning as an opportunity to be considered perhaps, and the important point that was made only once about HVAC systems. This is something I've been thinking about recently, that we really ought to be taking a look at how frequently we change air filters and think about air quality in the classrooms. There was an idea today about cohorts taking advantage of local social bubbles, because like even within our kindergarten classroom, we, in our very neighborhood, there's 4 kids in the same kindergarten classroom and we're in a social bubble. So why can't we, be in the same cohort and then maybe get a private tutor after to fill the gaps with the hybrid. So thank you for all the work you're doing. I have one question, which is about switching between models as things progress through the year. So if we sign up for the in-person option, at some point, are we going to be able to have the choice to go to the full distance learning? Would that be an option? I can understand that you can't go probably from distance to the physical because of all the arrangements needing to be made. But if we went with the in-person, based on how things were changing throughout the year, could we go to distance learning? And again, this is to the parents that have expressed concerns about cases going up. I mean, I think this is about having options on the table. And obviously, if we go to shelter in place, that's where we are. Thank you for giving us the options.
Thank you. Okay, so Concetta, and then after Concetta will be Julie. Concetta.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mario. Thank you for your time. And it's a little bit hard for decide what I need to do in this time. But I like it, the hybrid models, but we have scary. And for me, for now, is much better the full distance learning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mario.
Have a good night.
Okay, next we have Julie, and after Julie will be Hannah. Julie?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Julie.
Awesome. Okay, so hi, thank you so much for all of the work that you've been doing on the behalf of the teachers and the students of our district. You have a huge job and your hard work has not gone unnoticed, so thank you very much. I'm going to be short and sweet. I just want to agree with the sentiments of some of the speakers from earlier on, Lois, Julie MacArthur, Joy, Crystal, Sandy, and the other teachers in our district to really rethink the hybrid model and start the school year in full distance learning across the district. As much as we want to all be back in the classroom with our kiddos, at this point it's just not safe, and we truly care about our students and we want them to be healthy. And then I've also emailed you some other concerns from the staff at my school to think about whenever you get a chance to. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, next will be Hannah. After Hannah will be Rhiannon. Hannah?
Hi, this is Hannah Whiteside. I have a child entering kinder at Parkside Montessori. I believe when we spoke at the last board meeting, there was a lot of concerns around TK and kinder and that model, and it seemed like there was a commitment to come back with an alternative approach, which I didn't really hear today. Some of my main concerns around this include how we would be potentially spending the afternoons, which are currently kind of set aside for children with learning needs, equity, English as second language, but children entering kindergarten haven't been assessed, and the teachers won't spend any time to actually know who has learning needs. I have a child not yet reading, very uninterested in reading, and a family history of dyslexia. I don't know if I'm going to be able to support my child this year and if he's going to end up going into first grade unable to read. And there will be no teacher to assess him and 2 working parents, one of whom is dyslexic, who will not be able to support his reading needs and education. And so we are taking children who don't have IEPs, with no ability to assess in a shortened classroom environment where it may go undetected, if at all. And so I have a lot of concerns about what the situation will be for kids in kindergarten. And with an inability to read, distance learning becomes nearly impossible without 100% parent participation. And so I have all the childcare I need. This is not a childcare issue to me. This is an education issue. I have full-time live-in childcare. I can survive without the childcare of the school system. I am unique in that way, but this is 100%. I am concerned that my child, who is already entering school as the youngest in his class with a late July birthday, will, in addition to having social disadvantages, being one of the youngest, will also fall behind. And by the time he enters first grade, be so far behind that he'll be put on a path that I don't want him on if he were given a real kindergarten experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Okay, next is Rhiannon, and then after Rhiannon will be Jill. Rhiannon?
Hi, my name is Robert Hansen. Can you hear me?
We can, Robert. Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Robert Hansen, and myself and my wife are parents of 2 kids going into Meadow Heights kindergarten. First, I want to thank the board and the superintendent for all their hard work, especially the last couple meetings. I know it's been really long. My first comment I'd like to make is my kids are in the San Mateo Parks and Rec preschool program. They go 5 days a week in person. They wear a mask. They have had no infections in that program. There are other Parks and Rec programs going on with San Mateo, but I've had no infections to my knowledge. The other thing I'd like to make is a lot of the other cities are doing preschools, daycares. To my knowledge, there have been no reports of COVID-19 infecting an entire class. We've been living with the virus right now for 4 months, and I realize we have to use caution, but I think I would like to stress to the board that I'd like them to take into consideration the programs that are going on in San Mateo right now that have had no infections, the things they put in place to make sure there's been safe environments. Because it's been very helpful, and so far it's been a success, and I'd like you to take that into consideration. My second comment, I'd just like to agree with the other parents that were advocating for 5 days a week. I know that's a tough challenge, but for the lower grades, K through second, I really would like to see like a 5-day-a-week thing, and if that would be explored. I know that's hard to do, but maybe they go 8 to 10:30, and the second group comes in 12:30 to 3:30. I also like to say I'm an essential worker, and there were some comments made by some people saying that, you know, schools aren't daycares. I thought that was kind of unprofessional by some people, and I'd like to agree with the other parent who spoke before me who said that this is an education issue, and we're all here trying to get focused to take the step for education. And with that, I'd like to say thank you, and thanks for your hard work.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, next will be Jill, and then after Jill would be Rodney. Jill?
Hi, can you hear me?
Well, we can, Jill. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. Thank you, Dr. Rosas and members of the board. My name's Jill. I'm a first grade teacher in the district. And I wanted to say I was so excited at the beginning of summer to hear that we were going back. I was actually one of the teachers that wanted to go both groups, a cohort A in the morning, a cohort B in the afternoon, 5 days a week. But honestly, the rising numbers have me concerned. We're not even done with the summer when things are supposed to be going down, and the numbers are actually going up, which makes me worried about what will happen when we're all together in the classroom. And I know we've had some doctors that have come on to say, you know, they work in the healthcare field, and they go to work every day, and that's true. But I've actually been to the doctor since all of this has started, and I guarantee you, walking into Palo Alto Medical Foundation is not the same as walking into an elementary school. They screen you 3 times before you even get in the building on whether you have symptoms, and they won't even let you in the building if they think you have any COVID symptoms. Plus, doctors do an awful lot of online appointments too. Not everything is where people are coming in. So doctors are doing a lot of online appointments. And I know in the past there had been problems with healthcare people getting masks and things like that. I hope that's not still the problem, but that's where we're at. We're at the point where I've heard we need to kind of stock up on our cleaning supplies and stock up on our masks and things like that. Also, primary teachers, we do a lot of high contact activities. We tie shoes, we help with buttons, we deal with body fluids more than we care to think about. So, and we're happy to do it. I totally feel for the working parents. Absolutely. My heart goes out. I know this is a difficult time. But I'm just thinking that maybe starting distance learning and transitioning to the ABB might be better. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jill. Okay, next we have Rodney, and then after Rodney will be Wendy. Rodney? Rodney, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Rodney. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, great. I just wanted to thank everyone for taking the time to at least allow us to have options in choosing which learning path we prefer for our kids based on safety of faculty as well as family. One thing I think you need to keep in mind too is that I do have the ability to work from home as of now till October. We need to keep the parents in mind in regards to how these 2 days on, 2 days off things will work with schedules as far as going into work, planning meetings at work, in-person meetings at work, if that's what we're going to go back to from a planning perspective. I'm a bit concerned about the quality of the full-time on learning. Are the teachers practicing their curriculums now, or are they just going to start cold turkey? As a taxpayer, like other people said, are we being forced to go back to school? Otherwise, you're not going to get funding. As a taxpayer of one person, of one child, I almost want the option to be able to take my taxpayer money and be able to either choose to go private and use that money versus lose it and have to pay my own money to go private if I don't feel the quality of the online from the school district is going to be adequate, based on planning and readiness and all that stuff. It sounds like I'm assuming teachers aren't even practicing as far as what they plan on doing because they don't know which program they're going to do. But I would think that we need to be ready and have some decent quality online learning. Otherwise, I'm saying, why can't we just take our money and go to professional online schools that specialize in that to get the quality of learning versus just have to deal with what we have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rodney. Okay, next we have Wendy. After Wendy will be Crystal. Wendy? Wendy, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can now. Thank you, Wendy. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Wendy and I'm a parent. I'm very interested to hear what steps the district will take to notify the community when a case of COVID-19 appears in a school. And I'm not only concerned about a case that a student or a staff member might contract, I would also want to be notified if the district became aware of a case in the household of a student or staff member. I also wanted to thank you all for your hard work and time, and especially for your consideration of the community's input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. Crystal, and then after Crystal will be Shannon. Crystal? Crystal, are you there? You might need to unmute your microphone or grant permission to use your microphone. Not sure if you're speaking or not, but we still cannot hear you, Crystal. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave your hand raised and we're going to try to come back to you, Crystal. Okay, next we have Shannon. Shannon. Okay, Shannon, because of the version of Zoom that you have, I'm going to have to promote you to a panelist that will disconnect you and then bring you into our meeting. Okay,
Hello,
Shannon,
can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Shannon. You have 2
Awesome.
minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for working on this for us. I know it's definitely not an easy task, it seems, and there's so many different opinions going around and everyone's just working really hard, so thank you. Mine is super simple, just maybe I missed it, but I want to just bring it up. I don't know if anyone has sent out just a very simple survey that asks if both staff and families are comfortable even coming back to school. I know it's super simple and it's just the bare bones of it to me. Kind of just whether or not it'll give us a big picture on everyone's comfort levels. Like I said, just very basic, like, hey, you guys, are you willing to come back or are you not? Not so much the details when it comes to the certain hybrid versus the distance learning. So that, and also, excuse me, I did a kind of a simple test here at home for myself. I have a 6th grader, so I'm trying to figure out if she's comfortable with a mask for 4 hours or so. And I did it on myself, and just my personal feeling was I got pretty lightheaded, didn't feel so well. And I know in the community it's really safe to wear it, but just for her, I don't think, I'm going to do another test just with her too, and not just myself, but just to see how she feels about it. And maybe that could be another type of survey that goes out to see how the families feel about that as well. So just simple ideas, and that's it.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
Okay. Next we have, actually, I'm going to try bringing Crystal back. Crystal, are you there? Crystal, your microphone is muted. If you wanted to address the board, if you could please unmute your microphone. All right, we'll move on to the next public comment and then maybe try again, Crystal, in a bit. Okay, next we have Amy, and then after Amy will be Brandy. Amy?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you, Amy.
Oh, great, thank you. Hi, thank you so much for everything you all are doing. I'm a parent of 2 boys, one Beresford, one going from Burrell to San Mateo High. I'm also an ex-elementary school teacher of at-risk children. My husband is an essential worker, and I work full-time at home with both my kids while my husband's not in the home. I know that the CDC says on their website, if children meet in groups, it can put everyone at risk. Children can pass this virus on to others who have increased risk of severe illness from COVID-19. Personally, I'm someone who has half a lung on one side from a previous surgery. I'm nervous about sending my kids back to school and just being carriers. So I think one of the things I'd like to know from the district is, what is your value system as you weight this? Is it a health issue to you for our community, or is it an education issue? And what's really our focus? I do want my kids to have a fantastic education, but at this moment, given this is temporary, I'm not willing to take a health risk. I have a couple of ideas too, kind of separate from those concerns I just wanted to share. Now working in corporate America out of education, I was thinking about kind of how sort of we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, just kind of our entire globe on looking at things that we did before and how we can make that work. And just thinking bigger, how many third grade teachers, for example, do we have in the whole district? Could one lead Zoom calls for distance learning? And that frees up others to take care of kids that don't have online access to work. I think there's not enough thinking right now about our communities helping the social, emotional, and psychological needs of our kids. And so I know that there are partnerships and things like that coming from the foundation, but I'm worried that's a gap. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, next will be Brandy, and then after Brandy will be Katie. Brandy?
Hi there, thank you. Thanks for all your time in working on this. I know it's not an easy task by any means, with a lot of age groups to consider, as well as teachers and other workers at the school. I have an incoming kindergartner, so my experience with the school district started in January with registration, and I have to say, knowing school's supposed to start in a month, there's not a lot of detail out there to really, I feel, make an informed decision. I definitely have read a lot of articles about how the distancing is impacting toddlers, pre-K, kindergartner, because they don't have the means other kids, older kids do, to reach out, build their social skills. Their social skills are being together, being in proximity with one another, building that social structure, learning how to interact with other kids. And so I definitely have concern going 2 days a week, setting my child up for a successful, not just kindergarten year, but wanting to be excited about school for the rest of his life, and learning, how to learn, how to be educated, how to interact with other kids. Yes, there's risk here for sure, and I don't want to put him at an unprecedented risk, but there's also other factors to consider, and I think we do need to consider the pre-K, kindergarten, first graders, and maybe second graders as another class, if you will, of to pull out and figure out what's best for them, from a like I said, not just education, but how they're building socially, mentally, emotionally as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay. Okay, next we have Katie, and then after Katie will be R. Habib. Katie?
Hi, my name's Ben. I'm just hijacking my wife's account right now. Thanks everybody for taking the time to listen and take questions. I really appreciate it. I have a question about what happens when a teacher is feeling sick. And I'm just talking about the common cold even. This is gonna happen, that people get sick. And I think in this environment, it's not an option to tough it through, which might happen. Teachers have to stay out if they're feeling even a little bit unwell. There's already a sub shortage. Other solutions that may have been viable in normal times aren't going to be. You can't spread those kids from a class out into other classes. Right now we're increasing those class numbers. We're breaking the boundaries between those social bubbles. So it really concerns me. I have to think that the hybrid model and keeping those classes small is pretty fragile. And I worry that, somebody brought up earlier an ABC plan or an ABCD plan. I think for that to be fault tolerant to the fact that people will get sick throughout the year, you have to keep those class sizes really small. And honestly, I don't think that a hybrid model is viable or safe for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Okay. Next will be Susan. Susan, are you there?
No, Peter, you missed, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's Susan.
Hi, this is Susan. Can you hear me?
We can, Susan. Thank you. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm a parent of a Baysider going into 7th grade. I was highly engaged in distance learning this past semester. What I just wanted to point out is I can completely appreciate the parents of younger grades, but my experience is that regardless of age, distance learning requires parent supervision and engagement. So it's more than just helping with homework. It became a full-time job. So I would implore the board and the administration and teachers to recognize how important the parents' role is in making this a success. I'm not really sure about what the measurements will be put in place for progress. I know that I have a child who has a level of loss of learning right now because of the last 3.5 months. So what will be the measurements? Will there be assessments at the 6th week mark, the 14th week mark, whatever that timeline might be? What will be the interventions when it's determined that maybe they're not making progress? And then what will be the communication to the parents about how to address it and maybe move forward? Because we had very little communication at a parental level in order to be able to support in the best way possible. And then also, finally, testing in a grade system, the pass-fail, the insufficient evidence really left me in the dark in terms of where he is right now. So these are things that are really important to know how distance learning is going to be successful, hybrid or not. And I just want that to be considered across the board, no matter what parent decides what program to go into. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Trustee Chin, that was all for public comment.
Okay, I want to thank everybody for providing their comments. I really, really do appreciate everyone's comments. We do have, before I officially close public comment for this item, we're talking about the hybrid model specifically. We are going to have another item right after this that talks about distance learning curriculum. But I do need to ask, is there anyone else who wants to comment specifically on the hybrid model item that we're talking about now? If so, please raise your hand because I will officially close public comment in 5, 4, 3, oh, thank you, Hannah. Oh, wait, Hannah, I think you commented already. Is that correct, Peter?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
We do have one who has her hand raised that I do not have that made previous comment. Trustee
Okay.
Chin, go forward with that.
Let's take this comment, and then if there's anyone else, please, I know everyone wants to hear our comments probably so we can move on, but we do have another item just specifically talking about curriculum right afterwards. So let's hear this comment.
All right, Amina, bringing you in.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Amina. You have 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much to the board and for all of your time and effort and consideration in this. And thank you to all of the teachers who have called in and given their comments and concerns. It's just a question. I think it would be great. I think parents are, want to help out. And if the district can provide parents with some of the milestones that parents should be looking for in the coming year and helping their kids achieve and get to, I think having a little bit more transparency around those milestones and curriculum would help parents in making sure that kids, whether they're in hybrid or distance learning, are achieving the things that they should be achieving for their grade level. That's it. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you, Amina. Okay, next we have Maggie Yeh. Maggie?
Hi, I had just one quick question, comment, and it was just around, I know that
this district has to work within the constraints of its current budget. But I think based on a lot of parent feedback, parents are going to want more than what you can provide. And I'd like to get an idea of different milestones, like if parents were to join together and raise $100,000, raise $500,000, raise $1 million, like what would that change? Like how could that make next year better? Because I think there's an opportunity where parents could get more involved, and it would be helpful as a parent community to know, yes, this is what we have to offer right now. This is what we can offer within the constraints of what we can do. But if we had this or that, we could potentially offer more. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie.
Okay, I'm going to officially close public comment for this particular item. Please be aware again for all the public members who want to stick around for the next item. It will be on distance learning curriculum. So before we go to trustee comments on this, I just want to ask a clarifying question for Dr. Roses. Can you please just remind us, at the last meeting 2 weeks ago on, I think it was June 25th, we already voted to actually have a 100% distance learning model for families who don't obviously want to come back at all, and then also the hybrid model. And so what we're deciding right now is whether or not which hybrid model we're choosing. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And what we have to think about is that as health guidance changes, as numbers change, as this situation changes, we need to be able to toggle back and forth across a continuum. So at one continuum, you have regular school, back to school. At the other end, you have full distance learning. And what we're trying to do is move to which hybrid model would be something that we would be comfortable with going to as we can. So in the presentation, you saw paired days and alternating weeks, and that paired days was preferred. We are not ready to give you a final model for middle school, because even with paired days or alternating weeks, the cohorts are very large. So we are still working on that and are not ready to present any kind of a hybrid model at this point beyond what we shared tonight. And we'll bring back more information on that next week.
Great.
So
Okay.
It's a continuum. It's setting up a continuum so that you can move one way or the other as you can, as you, and if we're not able, that you move back to distance learning.
Great, thank you. Okay, trustee comments. Trustee Hitchcock, you're up first.
Yes, thank you. My oh my, where to begin? First and foremost, I just want to thank everybody for sharing their comments. Please know that we all hear you. Regarding the health and safety aspect, I believe, and maybe possibly Dr. Roses, you can clarify, is we are going to have a presentation specifically regarding what those protocols and procedures will look like next week.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's next week or the next one after that. I got a little confused about the different task force, but remember that staff have broken into different task forces to address these many issues. If you listen to the comments tonight, you can see the breadth of questions and areas that have to be addressed. So we have broken into different groups, and they will present to you what they've learned, because each group has been tasked with basically becoming an expert in their area, and they'll share information.
Great, thank you. Then I will not ask my questions for that. I look forward to that presentation. I do want to ensure that it does include information regarding the questions asked, though. So I want to make sure that happens. And I also think, I guess, when is the survey coming out where parents have to choose which model that they will be have to go with? Because I think everyone needs to know, including staff, what all procedures will be implemented before either group can make a decision as to what model they choose. And I don't know if this has been talked about. I know you guys considered what Monday holidays would look like, but what about just the typical school holiday breaks? Has that been a discussion, or can it be modeled after just when outbreaks or hotspots arise? I would be interested in hearing what that thought is.
So are you asking me to respond to you, or I don't know if you're asking me for an answer on this.
Well, yeah, I'll ask you, is that something that's been talked about?
So if a surge were to happen and we were told we were not going to school, we'd go into distance learning. That's the point. That's the way that we would need to set up that continuum.
Okay, and then what about?
You wouldn't necessarily go on vacation. You would go into distance learning.
Okay, and what about such, spring breaks and winter breaks and whatnot? Is that going to be under the same calendar per
Right
typical
now,
school year?
the calendar is still the same.
Okay.
There has been conversation about, as we are going to discuss in the next item, well, in the third item actually, about the curriculum that's coming. We will need to set up summer learning for our staff, and we're looking at how we can best accommodate that. But the calendar for our families right now is the same.
Okay. And then, so I don't have questions right now then, because they're going to be asked or answered hopefully in the upcoming presentation. So I'm gonna wait on the rest of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hitchcock. Trustee Proctor.
Yes, thank you. I just first wanted to thank everyone for the sent emails that made comments tonight and have made comments at past meetings. This is, it's a difficult time, and this is certainly something that's consuming every minute of my life. I've even started sneaking into other school districts board meetings to listen to what other people are talking about. So something I never stopped thinking about. So I appreciate everybody's thoughts and questions and concerns. And I just wanted to make a few comments. I know we're talking about choosing a hybrid model here, but there, obviously there were things that came up that aren't quite related to choosing a hybrid model, including safety of staff and safety of students and families. And so I in the presentation, we talk about that's one of our main principles, is making sure that everybody's safe. And so I want to acknowledge that there are several people that spoke tonight and that have emailed us that aren't feeling that this model is safe for them. And I want to just reiterate to parents that this is a very personal choice for your family if you're going to choose the full distance learning model versus the hybrid model. But I want to just point out that I'm just hearing that there's not enough information yet. And so I know we're going to have some additional presentations, but I think as much information that we can provide to people to ensure them that the distance learning model, if they choose that, is something that they would find valuable and that would really help ease their concerns. Let's see. So, and several comments came up that, distance learning is going to require additional parent supervision, even at any age. But I think we just have to keep remembering that it's very probable that we could end up in distance learning no matter what, based on what happens with the cases. And so even if, if you don't choose that model, we may end up there at some point, just based on what's going on with the community and health. I had some questions about, and I've asked this before, but I just want to know, and it's probably going to come up in another topic, but how do we know when we can move on to the next phase, going from hybrid to full in school? And how do we know if we have to toggle back? Like, who's going to tell us what is specifically is the criteria for moving from one way to another? And so I think it would be nice to just know that, so that we can say, okay, today we hit this case amount, or we've gone down in X percentage of cases, so that we could all understand where that is.
And actually that guidance changed because we were following Dr. Moreau and the public health officer here in the county, but then our county sought a variance. That variance then put us under the California Department of Public Health and the CDE. And so I will bring back more information for you on those phases.
Thank you. I did also kind of want to just acknowledge that I think the idea, even in the elementary school, of these cohorts, it's kind of to me, it's kind of an artificial cohort, because I think a lot of kids will go to after school care, they'll go, they may have to combine with other families after school as parents work. So I think that it's not, on paper, it looks like we're in these small groups, but I think the community at large it kind of expands, right? Even if you have a sibling in another class or another school, you've already kind of like expanded it past just your classroom. So I guess personally, I'm a little bit struggling with that when I think about my own kids and sending them to school and what's going to be the best choice for our family. But just the idea of kids going on the buses, going to after school programs, maybe doing sports or whatever it is that's available to families, it definitely opens up the group to more than just half the class. I still think that we should continue looking at ways that we can bring the younger students to school, like the TK and the K kids, if we can do the morning and afternoon. So I like that that's still on the table. And I think even if it can't happen right away, maybe we can work towards that, because I do think it's really important that if we can be on campus, that the younger kids can make friends, learn about their school and their teachers, and get accustomed to being with other kids. And my other concern is that I don't think that the teachers have enough time right now with either model if they're to come back to school the day before school starts, whether it's hybrid or it's distance learning. I'm just concerned that they don't have enough time to prepare. And so I would like to maybe look at the calendar. I know we all want our kids in school as soon as possible. I think we all have this kind of sense of urgency that it's been a long spring, it's been a long summer. But at the same time, I think everybody would appreciate if the teachers felt prepared and ready to go with whichever model they're going in. So, and then just in regards to testing and cases, I just wanted to, at some point down the road, figure out what is the protocol if somebody does test positive, or even like somebody, I don't know the name of the person because my notes are very long, but somebody just talked about if a teacher feels sick. I think, that could, I guess whatever their symptom is could be a COVID symptom. So does that put everybody kind of in limbo waiting to find out what the test results are? So just more about that would be helpful. I think that I've rambled enough, but those are kind of what's on the top of my mind right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Trustee Wilkins.
Thank you everyone for being here and for continuing to engage. We, continue to have lots of folks reaching out and at these meetings, and I think it's great to see all of the community engagement, and your thoughts and questions are really appreciated. There have been a lot of questions, really important questions, and that have emerged tonight, and that have emerged via email, and that have emerged in the weeks prior. And I know that our working groups, and this was mentioned a little bit by some of the other comments, are addressing many of those questions, or a lot of the same questions that our district and staff are thinking about. And so I just wanted to kind of confirm for the public that in addition to the board listening to those, that The individuals that are leading those working groups are also on these calls listening to those comments and questions and taking notes and bringing that back to their working groups. So, and we'll be addressing many of them in their updates. And so speaking of that, I know that we will have our working groups or task force groups, I'm not sure exactly the phrase that we're using, present, I believe, next week at our board meeting. I know we've talked about some of those groups. I just wanted to highlight a couple that if we haven't specifically created, I'd be interested in us thinking through that. So I know that we have a group working on special education. I don't know if that group and inclusion are the same, but if they are, I would advocate for them not being the same, unless we feel like we have enough time and you know, enough people on those groups to really engage in that work. Because thinking about our SBC program is separate from thinking, is separate from thinking, and thinking about both our SBC program and inclusion within that program is separate from all of the other things that we kind of talked about, some of the other things that were raised tonight with students that are in general education or receive services. And I feel like it's so complex that I would really like to see those split if that's not already happened. My assumption is there's a group that's working on kind of the equity piece of things and our equity groups. I have quite a few questions about that, and if that's not a separate group, I think it would be great. In addition to, now that our middle school model has changed, I know there's a middle school group, but working specifically on the strategic support cohorts part of it, separate from the general middle school program. You know, we've talked a little bit, and I know Dr. Rosas, you've been reaching out to a lot of our community partners about what that could look like in terms of external, you know, just childcare and the supports that we have. I think it would be beneficial to have a group that kind of works on that if that's not already happening. I know we have elementary, but we've, of course, you know, heard a lot, rightfully so, from our, you know, as a early elementary school teacher previously, you know, thinking about our TKK specifically, maybe even first grade kiddos, if there could potentially be a group kind of working through that. We've heard a lot of public comment, again, rightfully so, around immersion and how that fits into this. If there's not a group already working on that, I think that would be great. And the last one that I was thinking about was around just progress monitoring, which is big, but just as we think about this and as we think about things, you know, we brought up kind of like the 6-week, 10-week, 14-week check-in, which I think is great. And I think it's going to be really helpful to think about what is the specific criteria we're assessing? What would that mean in terms of movement, right? What information would we need, and how would that change what we would do? And how are we going to monitor that? And so I feel like, again, I think that these are all things that are probably a part of all conversations that are happening already. But I just feel like some of these things are coming up a lot and are really important that they potentially warrant their sort of own group. And I know that folks have a ton on their plates already, and you know, I totally get that. And you know, the other piece, I know we talked about this a little bit in the original questions, is just, you know, there's a lot of parent engagement right now. There's a lot of folks that I think both want to give feedback, but also really want to help and offer kind of their supports. And so, you know, my understanding is that these groups are meeting weekly or twice a week at some sort of consistent schedule. And so I wonder if there's a way, you know, now that the groups have had staff input to some extent, teacher input to some extent around the programming, and if that's not happening in all the groups, right, where teachers are not involved, of course that needs to be happening. And I think it would be helpful to hear about who has been on these committees when we get the presentations next week, because I would like to have a sense of what those look like currently. But I think it would be great for us to share that information with the public in terms of kind of, here are the committees, here's when they're meeting, and then can people reach out to, can there be a point person for each group, and people can then reach out if they're interested in starting to participate in them. We of course want to think about distribution in Spanish and distribution in paper to ensure that, you know, this isn't, you know, something that's only accessible to certain families in our district. But is there a way that, you know, I think we've had lots of creative solutions already from our district staff, from our teachers and staff, sure our teachers and staff have a lot more creative solutions. We've heard a lot of creative solutions from parents, right? Outdoor learning and just various suggestions, solutions, ideas, questions that I think beginning to incorporate parents in some of these working groups, particularly if there's an area of passion, could be an effective way to kind of leverage some of the engagement right now. So I would like to see if that's something that we could possibly consider integrating. I did want to echo, I think it was Trustee Proctor that just kind of shared a little bit about potential schedule adjustments. Are things ready to go? One of the things I was wondering about is, I know for the middle school will be, there will be a different kind of approach, and it won't be phased in middle school because 7th and 8th, at least as the proposal is presented today, will be full distance learning, and 6th grade will have some sort of on-site. But is there a way to think about maybe even a potential phased approach in the beginning, where we're starting with our youngest kids, to get kind of them up and running with our TK and K. I have the opportunity to visit summer school today, and that's one kind of way to test how things are going, just the protocols and all of that, and make sure that we're ironing out some of the potential issues. And but those are still really, really small cohorts, and it's a really, really small number of kids on a campus. And so is there a way to kind of build on it, just again to make sure what we don't want is for everyone to go back all at once, and for us to have overlooked something based on the numbers in summer school versus beginning of the year. So just one thought that I think would also help to kind of address this need for particularly our youngest kids, and to be able to address some of the concerns, rightfully so, that our teachers and staff have, around their safety. One thing I believe I've shared before that I have been thinking a lot about is just, and it was raised in a couple of comments sort of tangentially this evening, is around just assessment for our kids. The last time we've really assessed our kids in any sort of kind of systematic way was in December. A lot's happened since then. And so we'll be basing, particularly when we think about the equity groups, but just in general, when teachers are getting an idea of where their kids are, right? That data is not great anymore. And we don't know who's been impacted the most by distance learning, and who's kind of kept steady or had a lot of additional support. I don't want us to spend the first month of school putting that kind of on with very limited time anyways, trying to establish those baselines. So I'm wondering if we can think creatively around, are there educators that are, I think everyone's around, but willing to, be paid to kind of do some assessments over the summer at the beginning, right? First couple of weeks in August before we go back. Somebody raised the concern around not knowing where our TK and K kids are because they haven't been in our school system. How do we get those baselines? How do we identify any needs, potentially that some kiddos are coming in with? And so I would really urge us to think about if there's a way that we can get creative around that assessment piece, at least, from a reading kind of, if we're able to just get kind of a reading baseline for where kids are to start off the year, and then consider some of the other places where we might want to get some assessment. I think that's really important. One comment about the equity and strategic support cohorts that I hope will be addressed in kind of as we continue to receive presentations around this. I have some concern, and this was raised as well in a couple of public comments around the distribution of our equity groups. We know that there's going to be disproportionate numbers of students at different sites. And what I want to make sure we don't do is establish a percentage by school, right? Like this percentage, 20% at each school can be a part of these groups, because that is not what it needs to be, a holistic view. And we need to be really thinking about the kids in the district overall that need it the most, and then think about how we distribute resources according to that. So my assumption is that's on the radar, but I just wanted to highlight that. In the next presentation, there was a question raised around kind of how the middle school model changes distance learning versus choosing the homeschool. So it'd be great for us to address that question. I also think it would be really helpful in future presentations to have kind of our communication plan be embedded into our presentation. So, kind of based on where we are, here's what's coming in terms of communication, here are our next steps, here's when you'll hear from us, those kinds of things, just so people know sort of what to expect and when to expect it. And I know that we talked about having some engagement sessions with folks over the summer to kind of share plans. Wanting to know if that's still on the table. And then I would advocate for also having a specific outreach session in Spanish, similar to what we did with the LCAP, really, ensuring that that's accessible for families, many of whom are not in these meetings, but need to be hearing this information, and how do we make that as accessible as possible. The final thing I'll say that's a little bit on the side, but I know we've been talking a little bit about testing. We are on county calls a couple of times a week with other elected officials in the areas, and one of the things that I was thinking about bringing up this week, I actually was thinking about this this morning as I was getting ready to go to the summer school to visit, is there a way that we can work with the county, right? I don't think it's efficient and effective for our district to tackle the testing piece on its own. What can we do kind of countywide, and how can the county support that work? Could we, 2 weeks before school starts, could the county set up 2 to 3 days of educator only testing that makes it accessible for all teachers in our county to get tested? Could that be something then that they do on sort of a rolling basis, so that folks are able to be tested on a relatively consistent basis? So that's something I'll share in that context and keep folks posted, but at least that would hopefully, if we can kind of collaborate with them, then it allows for that testing and for folks to feel like they're getting that kind of constant monitoring as other essential workers are receiving in a lot of these circumstances. So I think that's all I have for now.
Okay. Let me see here. So
I'm sorry, can I just jump in and ask another question?
Sure, Trustee Hitchcock, go ahead.
I'm wondering, for the hybrid 2-day model, I know it was suggested for a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Was it discussed for a Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday? So that way kids have more frequent in FaceTime with their teachers.
So
I know of
cohort A would come on Monday and Thursday, and cohort B would come Tuesday, Friday. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the paired days model was set up that way because of the cleaning. So you have the same cohort there Monday, Tuesday, then you have a break, then you have another cohort and the weekend break. So there can be a cleaning in between. Now, it's possible that we won't need as much time as we think we do, and so we could look at other things later, but that's why it was set up that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For clarifying.
Yeah.
And then kind of in regards to what I mentioned last time and what Shara mentioned today is what are the thoughts on just starting in all DL and then slowly scaffold in when appropriate other, start with the younger groups and the 6th graders, just to ensure that everything is going to be done successfully. Teachers will have everything needed beforehand, not just a day beforehand. Just to ensure all health and safety protocols they feel comfortable with. And then of course, with CTA and Santa Clara and Texas, the numbers rising. I'm just, is that something that that can be considered? And then if so, I understand that we would also need to choose a hybrid model now, but I'm wondering, can we also choose that so you guys can plan for that, but also just start with going 100% DL?
What we need to do right now is to set up that continuum, and then we need to watch our numbers and watch for guidance. So it's too early to make that decision. It will come back before we start school, I'm sure, for us to make that decision. But we need to set up that continuum, and it's very possible that if cases continue to rise, there will be guidance, and we will need to make a decision to start in distance learning.
Yes, and I understand that aspect, but what about just us making that decision now to ensure an appropriate hybrid model starts? Does that make sense?
So I would not recommend that you make a decision to have full distance learning at this time. I think it's too early. I think we need to set the continuum up and to be prepared to toggle between the different possible models.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hitchcock. My comments, I never go last, so this is interesting. So first, I also want to thank everyone for providing their comments, and also again apologize for people who I haven't gone back to that have sent emails. As everyone can expect, we have received, I think, definitely over 100 emails regarding these issues, and I've tried to get back to as many people as I can. But I want to let you know that I have read every single one of your emails, and definitely have listened to a lot of your concerns. Just in terms of the public comments today, a couple of questions came up that I wanted to highlight. Dr. Roses, did we, I think it was Anise who asked about, can the teachers, if they are, can they use their classroom to teach distance learning? Have we gone to that granular detail yet?
I don't think we've reached that level of decision making yet with our colleagues, but certainly the classrooms are available, and certainly they have their materials there. So I do know that other districts are looking at that as being the best model because they can use the materials, the internet, all of that's set up. But I don't think we've quite gotten to that place.
Yeah. Okay, great. That was a great question because, of course, a lot of teachers, have, as they're accustomed to teaching in class all the time, they have all their tools and tricks and everything that may not work online, but maybe they might be able to reference it and grab it when they need it. Trina asked the question about the difference now that we're thinking about distance learning for middle school. Is there a difference between 100% distance learning in middle school versus, well, actually, is there a difference now? There was a question, I mean, originally there was going to be a 100% distance learning and a hybrid, but now we're basically going to, or at least still vetting the option of doing 100% distance learning in middle school. Is there a difference?
So there is a difference because if all of the teachers in the middle school, let's just say Abbott, are teaching in a distance learning model and the students have their schedule, their class schedule, and they're moving through their classes with their teachers, it's school, it's the same school, but in a distance learning manner. Now, what the difference between that and what we were looking at as far as students who are choosing only distance learning, no matter whether or not we can come back or not, then you have a different situation because we could have 15 students from one school, 20 from another, 2 from another, not falling in perfect class groupings with staff who are not able to come back. Yeah. So we have to create a virtual distance learning school in that case, then matching our staff to those students and setting that up in that manner. Now that is truly for the students who cannot come back no matter what happens. So if we do slow down on the middle school because the cohorts are large, and that's a concern to everyone, and we start in distance learning, and then as we can, we move into an AABB with larger cohorts because it's become safer to do so. That's just smoothly transitioning right from their virtual to their school. The other is families who really are choosing to stay out of the brick and mortar. Now the issue might come in this person's case if when we start saying, okay, look, great, the numbers have gone down, we're virtually back, or we have a vaccine, or whatever it might be, and if that family wanted to remain in distance learning. Now we've moved back to school, but there may be some families who say, I'm still not confident. Now they would have to go into some type of a virtual distance learning. So those are all the, one speaker this evening talked about the details. They always say the devil's in the details. I mean, it's true, but we do have to have at least a structure that we know we're working with so we can flesh out these details. And that's a lot of the comments that you folks are making is like we need these presentations from the different task force groups. Where are we at with learning about cleaning, sanitation, health checks? What have we learned from our summer protocols this summer? And how can we utilize that to move forward? So,
okay, thank you. I think that's very helpful, and especially considering that, when you compare middle school to elementary school, they are very different setups. The kids are traveling from classroom to classroom, and it's definitely different. So, another question, Aaron had brought up the idea of the cohort families. I know this is not when we get to that point and start assigning, AA and BB, I hope that we could look at it, how we survey those families or how we place them, that if there is an option to pair up with one other family or maybe two, so that this way they can start sharing childcare duties or something else, I think that would go a long way to making this sort of successful. So it's something to think about there. Also the idea of parent volunteers, the idea is that it comes to mind that we can't necessarily do this all by ourselves in some ways. And we've got, as the largest district, we've got a ton of people who are out there willing to help. And as they've mentioned in emails or whether tonight online here, I think there's real opportunity for us to see or set up something where, what is it that they can help us with? Whether it's, trying to gather more PPE or helping us with hand washing stations or just even the check-ins, temperature check-ins or something that is not, that we can allow volunteers to do. Understanding that we can't have parent volunteers on campus, but just something to help the overall issue, because I do feel like we're all in this together, and someone else did say that, they're there to help us and, they want to help. So those are my questions specifically. Oh, the last question I had from the public comment was, I wanted to clarify, when we sent the survey out to ask about the paired days and the alternating weeks, we did go to our lunch lines, the places that we're still serving 1,000 meals a day, and with computers, to ask families who are not computer literate or who speak a different language for their input. Is that correct?
You are absolutely correct. And we sent translators, and it was an opportunity to really talk about the program models and what's going on and how is fall going to look. So it was very valuable conversations that staff had with families.
Great. Yeah. So I guess, Trustee Watkins had mentioned the county calls that were on with all the rest of the elected officials, and County Superintendent Nancy McGee had mentioned in a much more elegant way than I had mentioned last time, which is the narrative of what we are dealing with keeps changing week to week. And I like the word that she used, narrative. And I was going to explain it that, you know, for us, we're trying to sort of plan with this environment, with these details, and we're trying to figure out just all these different details, but everything keeps shifting, you know, right? And last week, or actually, you know, starting June 15th, right, Dr. Moreau threw his hands up and said, okay, education community, you guys deal with it now. You know, he was done with it, right? And then we had, what is it? And right before our last meeting, you know, we had comments from the American Association of Pediatrics, which is very great. And I really do appreciate everyone's comments. I swear I've talked to more doctors in the last week than when my dad was sick, but I do appreciate their concerns. And then this week, you know, our president chimed in saying that he wants all the kids to go back to school. And we also have the California Teachers Association saying that they really want 100% distance learning. So the narrative does keep changing week to week, and we don't seem to know. I mean, we are trying to plan for what we know at this moment. And it's very difficult for us, but like you said, we've got two sides of the spectrum, right? We're 100% distance learning, 100% full time, and we're trying to sort of meet somewhere in the middle, which hopefully we can then toggle back and forth to one or the other as circumstances change. And as we've seen the numbers rising, it is quite possible we start in distance learning because of some other order that comes through, whether it's from Governor Newsom or Superintendent Tony Thurman or whoever, whatever health official that we're going to, you know, listen to. I think the issue is it has been difficult. But my point is that, you know, while, you know, we have had a lot of comment and public comment from everyone, I hope everyone can see that there are wide spectrums of, you know, everyone's concerns. And, you know, as we're getting closer and closer, you know, I do want to appreciate and make sure everyone hears that the teachers are coming out and saying that some of them are worried about going back to school. I mean, we've had emails and teachers call in and, you know, they are concerned. And so we are all juggling that and balancing that as well because we can't have school without our teachers. And so we really want to support them as well. So, you know, I know we have to make a decision sort of on the hybrid situation, whether it's, you know, paired days or whether it's week to week. And I do think, as we mentioned right before all of our trustee comments, is we did vote on the hybrid system last week. And the idea is that there is a plan in place, and so that we can at least plan for something. And so I know we'll have to get to that. But right before I get to that, there are just like a couple other considerations that I want us to think about. Last week I mentioned, and now rephrased it and called it like a soft opening. You know, the idea is, you know, I talked about how we're fighting against time last week, and we now in 2 more days, it'll be a month away from teachers who have to come back. They come back a day before on August 11th to prepare. And the idea is that, you know, we haven't decided on our curriculum yet. We don't know where the kids are going to be in terms of the classrooms. So I personally would suggest, you know, saying that, hey, we add some professional development days up at the front, you know, allow our teachers to get on board in terms of whatever we're doing, allow our TK, kindergarten families who are new to our schools, sixth graders, to at least come in, maybe meet their teachers, because the reality is it is a big change. And then as we found in the spring, when we sort of pivoted last minute to distance learning, you know, there were a lot of questions, a lot of things up in the air. And it'd be really great to give our teachers the opportunity to get a head start on their distance learning curriculum, whether the hybrid or not, and to allow them so that when we do officially start, not officially start, but start distance learning or hybrid, then at least everyone's off and hitting the ground running. So I would honestly push for that. I also want to say that I think we do need to be flexible with our fall and spring breaks, because I think that as time goes on, we may be able to get everyone back into school. for whatever reasons, whether we're all getting more comfortable with health situations or there's a vaccine, whatever it is, or we're directed or mandated that we have to go back. The idea is, we want to add as much in-class, in-person time as possible. And when we do go back, my comment and my thought is that we really should look at the younger grades first, TK and K first and second, and start adding them in over time, because those children and those families specifically, it's in some ways it's a higher burden on them, because for distance learning, especially kindergarten TK, they're not reading, they don't know how to use a computer. The parents are usually with them right next to them. And I think it's very difficult. So I would suggest that. I do worry about whether we have enough PPE now. And so I hope that we are looking to either stockpile them or come up with some sort of idea how we collect those. If parents and families and members of a community want to help and contribute to make sure that we're able to have these in place so that we can stay in school, I hope that we set up some sort of donation opportunity. And then lastly, there was a question, I was on a call today with our legal advisors about SB 98, and there was a question, some comments that came up from a couple of people towards the end of our public comment about the money and the situation about if they pull the kids, do we lose money, or they would rather take their tax dollars and go somewhere else. From my understanding, according to SB 98, the issue is that we are going to be funded through this next year with our average with the basis of February of 2019. So therefore, we do not lose any money from the state for this current year. So if families decide to leave, which I hope they don't, but I do understand that everyone has different circumstances, I believe that that's the situation. Can you confirm that, or is that something we need to look into?
Yeah, we'll look into that and bring you back more information on that.
Okay, thank you. So I think,
and I'm sorry to be disruptive.
No, I'm done.
I was looking away because Allison, apparently Foster City, or at least her neighborhood, has the power has all gone out. So she's on the phone and she can hear you.
Okay.
But she's in the dark, so she's listening entirely by phone. I know it's the craziest time, right?
Well,
sorry, I got a little bit distracted.
Yeah, no.
I know you were asking about the SB.
No, we can chat. I can fill you
and
in.
I'll bring more information back about all of that, because there has been a lot of question and concern about what does that really mean. So
yeah, no, we could take that offline and talk about it a little bit later as well, or next week as well. So my comment, I'm pretty much done with my comments. I do want to again, thank everyone for providing their comments on this. I will look to the trustees. We do need to decide and actually vote on what hybrid model that we want, and I would be looking for a motion for.
So that's your next item. We separated these so that, and I'm sorry if that's confusing, but we did separate so we could just really have a robust conversation. Yeah, so that you've now had that conversation, so now you can move to 6.2, which is the decision on the hybrid model.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. I did miss that, assuming that we only have 2 items. So why don't we move to the actual item for voting on item 6.2, assuming that there are no other comments from any of the trustees on 6.1. Okay, let's go to 6.2.
So then on 6.2, we had determined last time that we would provide distance learning option. That was set, and that we were going to put in place a hybrid model We weren't sure which model would be preferred by our staff and families, and that's why the information came to you from the survey. It is true, as one parent pointed out, it wasn't everybody, it wasn't, but it was a strong showing of the folks who did spend the time on the survey for the paired days. So I am recommending that you put into place a paired day hybrid model, remembering that this is all a continuum and it is all changing. So that the one end is us going back to school, at the other end is staying completely out. And somewhere in the middle, we have to move at some point in time. I very much doubt that we would move straight from distance learning to fully going back to school. So there has to be a phased in approach. So tonight I'm asking that the board approve a paired day hybrid model, and that you will receive further information on middle school next week.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So the actual curriculum item is 6.3, which is following. So I apologize for everyone who's following along. Due to Trustee Corzo's absence, this is my first meeting, so running. So I'm gonna chalk it up to an experience in that way. But understanding that we actually have this as a separate item, we do have to go through our normal process. So are there any quick clarifying questions regarding this? I see Trustee Watkins shaking her head, Trustee Proctor shaking her head, Trustee Hitchcock. Any quick clarifying questions?
No.
Okay, so we are going to, and I want to please, everyone, I know we had over 60 comments there on our last one. We do still want to talk about the curriculum after this one. So please keep your comments to just this vote here. And so I see we have two public speakers. We'll just go with 2 minutes each. Please, thank you, Peter.
Okay, no problem, Trustee Chen. First, we have Maria G. Oh, hand went down. We have John Farrow. John?
Hi, I just wanted to see if we could clarify what you guys are voting on. Since the middle school hybrid model is going to be discussed next week, you don't know at this point whether you're going to be adopting a hybrid model at all, or whether you're in fact going to go for full distance learning, since you've left open the question of whether or not a cohort of 150 is acceptable. So it seems that you should clarify this motion to say that you're voting for a hybrid model that will cover elementary schools, and in fact making no decision about middle schools until you get clarification next week. That would be my suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Few more seconds if anyone else wants to raise their hand. We're just getting through this one item. And no, I'm going to close public comment. Trustee discussion, Trustee Hitchcock.
I don't like going first either, Ken. I mean, clearly the results are in. You know, it's very telling of what staff and parents want, the paired days. However, there are a lot of concerns that still need to be addressed regarding, you know, a lot of health and safety protocols and procedures, and what the Wednesday would look like, or the 3 days off would look like. And then more detailed schedules and curriculum for the groups that are needing extra support. But I do believe the 2-day paired days is best at this moment.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor.
I don't have any additional comments or questions.
Thank you. Trustee Watkins? Okay, we do need a motion here. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve the AABB hybrid model, or the paired days hybrid model. And yes, this is right now for elementary school, to clarify that. We'll be voting on middle school next week.
Yes, and I will second that.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Watkins, for the motion and Trustee Hitchcock for the second. Any further discussion? Questions? Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. So it passes 4-0 for the paired system for the elementary schools only. Okay, so prior to our next item at 6.3, which we are going to talk about curriculum, considering that our last two meetings went to 1 a.m. And we are looking like we're going to do that again, I'm going to call a 5-minute bio break, and everyone needs to be back here in 10:20. Put us in recess. Okay, there we are. I believe Trustee Proctor and Trustee Hitchcock you're not on my screen, but I know you have, you're here.
Yeah, I'm here. Do you see me?
Great. Yeah, no, Trustee Proctor, Trustee Hitchcock, I'm sorry, you are here as well, right? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I will call us back out of recess and let us go to item 6.3, which is the distance learning curricula and learning management systems. Thank you, Dr. Rosas.
Well, actually, in the many decisions that we have to make, one of the more enjoyable ones is choosing new curricula. And staff and parents alike told us that they needed an online curricula in order to really provide a robust distance learning opportunity. So teams have reviewed options, and we are excited to share those results with you this evening. We're sharing it as information because teams just finished their work and you haven't had any time to really review or look at these options. We will then bring the new curricula back to the July 16 board meeting for adoption. So at this point, I'll turn it over to David Chambliss, who will share his screen and some information about some exciting new programs that we are looking forward to utilizing in our district.
Okay, thank you, Joan, and good evening, one and all again. Give me a minute here, and I'll set up the screen sharing. Okay, and can you confirm for me that you can see this?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So it is my pleasure, as Joan suggested, that we're going to bring for your information tonight the planning that's being done for the fall with respect to curriculum and instruction. Do want to frame for you that this planning is being done with the eye to the curriculum that we're working on is actually meant to support both models of full-time distance learning and the hybrid model. So just emphasizing that we hope that teachers in both models will be using the curriculum. In the hybrid model, there's the opportunity to use the curriculum in the classroom and then have it continued use while students are at home. So just to emphasize that the thinking is that we want to make sure we have a common curriculum that allows continuity between each model. If for some reason we are starting and stopping with different curriculum, it interrupts students' learning, it creates onerous work for our teachers, and so tonight's recommendations are around this idea of having a common curriculum that is successfully used in all of these three models. So just a note here, and I'll acknowledge I actually moved this slide up. The slides that we have posted in the agenda have this slide a little later, but I realized that I was going to be spending much of the time talking about the work that the district curriculum planning teams did, and I didn't frame that as early as I should have in the posted version. So let me say that this work, we had just an impressive outpouring of support from teachers who had just finished the school year and were happy to spend 3 weeks with central leaders like our program specialists and our teachers on special assignment, reviewing the curriculum, completing surveys, compiling the data, a lot of debating, and then deciding and recommending to executive cabinet the materials that we're going to share with you this evening. And it's this same groups, again, several, dozens literally of teacher leaders who are going to support us as we make the pivot, hopefully with your approval, to the rollout of these materials, and importantly, given many of the comments that we heard this evening, the planning of the professional learning that will begin very soon and will continue in the calendaring of professional learning days prior to the start of the instructional year. So just want to make sure that we're acknowledging the hard work of these folks. We rooted our thinking around curriculum instruction back in the same guiding principles that we've been discussing broadly for this fall planning work. So just again, want to emphasize we're looking at the questions of how the curriculum supports the learning of key student groups under an equity emphasis. We want to make sure that the learning is rigorous and at grade level and standards aligned, that it has elements of social emotional learning embedded in it to make sure that students feel ready to learn through the manner in which they engage with the curriculum, particularly in online settings, and that there are learning and supports embedded in whatever we're adopting. We have to recognize that teachers first need the time and opportunity to do this work and prepare the learning for our students, and then the students and their families are going to need supports, continuing supports in the use of these materials. So the recommendations we have for you tonight, we think confidently address these guiding principles. Just a quick look at when we're talking about the quality of the curriculum and instruction. You know, again, we got a lot of feedback from staff and family around the challenges of our existing curriculum, and both saying it. You know, we wanted to make sure it was at the proper level of rigor. And that it addressed these particular characteristics. There is a scoring guide that is an example of what we used in evaluating the curriculum. I actually, unfortunately, just noticed a few minutes ago that it's available only to those with a district email. And so if you'll give me until tomorrow morning, I will go in and change that link and make sure it's available to any of you who have the link as you do here. Well, one of the things that beyond just the question of the quality of the curriculum and instruction, we got a lot of feedback about concerns about consistent implementation and usability. This is going back to the spring as we were talking about our phase 2 distance learning. And so I want to acknowledge that we got a lot of family and student feedback about this problem of consistency, that even when families were talking positively about, great experiences in distance learning, there may be even within their own family that they did experienced it for one child, but perhaps not another. And that there were variations between teachers, between schools, and between grade spans. And that in addition to the consistency question was just the challenge of the usability of the materials, all these online platforms. This was actually reiterated again tonight, multiple sign-ons, and all the confusion that frustrated students, and frankly, in many cases, just made them lose interest in learning while we were in a distance learning context. And then also we heard a lot from teachers and site leaders about the prep demands. We heard from a science teacher tonight about that. And the fact that all of these teachers were individually doing the same hard prep, and so how that was a problem, and the challenges in assigning work and reviewing and giving feedback, and working across multiple platforms. So we just want to acknowledge that we paid a lot of attention to this feedback. And one of the ways we began to make sense of it is understanding that we need to sort of clarify the difference between the online curriculum and the learning management system that's available through which we access the curriculum. So last spring, the learning management system that we were recommending and was well used but not consistently used was the Google Classroom. This is the online Google Classroom that organized students' learning. And so we spent a lot of time thinking about Google Classroom as an LMS, as it's called, and looked at other learning management systems to see what were the advantages and disadvantages of those. And then there was the question of the curriculum itself. How well was it adapted to online learning? And could we make improvements or different choices that would make the online curriculum experience more positive for our teachers and students? So when we talked about we set goals for ourselves around the consistent implementation and usability points. So as we looked at the curriculum, we talked about, well, could we create teacher playlists in the curriculum to give all of our teachers like a common floor or a common starting place where then they could customize it to their purposes. But could we eliminate the idea that all these individual teachers or teacher teams were separately doing the very same kind of work in building curriculum to be accessed online? And so could we manage that? We kind of, shorthand called them playlists. And similarly, could students access in a really simple and coherent way, these are the learning tasks I have, and can I click on this and go to a place and do that work? So, and we said to ourselves, if the publisher didn't provide it, then we would have to say as a district, we will make them. The second goal was that it was an important experiment in the spring to allow teachers the opportunity to try live synchronous instruction, and it was very challenging in a lot of ways. And so what we wanted to do was to make sure that for this fall, that yes, teachers could lean into that idea of providing live synchronous instruction, or we needed to give them the choice to have a recorded instruction where, much like in a Khan Academy or otherwise, the first instruction could happen via a video recording, and then the live instruction, the live engagement with students could be around small groups who are trying to anchor their learning gained through that recorded instruction. So we wanted to give teachers and students the option of learning both in a live synchronous way and in a recorded way. And again, if the publisher couldn't provide this, we talked about how could we build a library of recorded videos as a district. And then finally, we set a goal for ourselves that the student tasks would be hosted in the learning management system, not in the curriculum platform. And this was a very difficult goal to reach. And I would say that what we did is we understood that as much as possible, we're going to try to make sure that student tasks are hosted in the LMS. But there is a reality, especially actually with the stronger online curricula, that students will still need to move into those curriculum platforms, do some work, but then we would imagine the exit ticket or the formative assessment following that learning could be hosted in the LMS. So we think we essentially reached these goals and the recommendations we have for you this evening, and wanted you to be aware of what was driving our thinking. Hopefully you can see in sort of setting up this context is that actually we increased for ourselves the sense of district responsibility to ensure consistent implementation and usability. We heard a lot of good and hard feedback in the spring about this, and we want to acknowledge that what students and families were struggling with was a district challenge. Often it was experienced as something perhaps the teacher might have been doing right or doing wrong, but actually the ability of teachers to do it rests on the shoulders of our ability to provide them with support. And so we wanted to broaden the responsibility and say we as a district as a whole must provide better resources for our teachers so they can be successful with our students. And again, if the publishers can't provide it, then we as a district must. So we set ourselves that bar to get over. One note as we get into discussion about learning management systems and curriculum, we want to separate that from the discussions we heard about the manner of live engagement, either through Google Meet and Zoom, there was a lot of concerns raised about Google Meet and Zoom and how, one being more effective than the others. And we just wanted to clarify, those are the resources for actual meetings, and we think of them as distinct from the curricula and the learning management system. So important to address these concerns, but it is fundamentally a separate decision, and you won't see a recommendation about that here tonight. So let's get to the actual recommendations that we have for you. So it is our recommendation as a staff that we, in the elementary grades, that we will continue with Benchmark Universe. This is the advanced Adelante system that we've been using. Benchmark has made a lot of improvements just in the last few months to make the materials set up better in an online context, and so we are recommending we go forward with that. In math, actually, we're recommending that we set aside our current adoption of Envision by Pearson and actually adopt what we think is a higher quality online math program that's called Zern. This is at its heart an illustrative mathematics curriculum that is in itself a hard copy curriculum that's been brought online by Zern. It meets the criteria we had around providing instructional videos and interactive opportunities for students, and particularly to work on conceptual understanding in mathematics. So that you can see sort of in red is brought to you as to the board for information that we want to adopt this as the core math curriculum in elementary for this year. Science, you will recall that we already adopted the TWIG materials. This curriculum is fantastic in how it sets up online. I just note here that it in effect is new because we just adopted it, and we never, certainly not this spring, did broad training in it. So our elementary teachers are going to experience this as a new curriculum, and we want to be aware of the demand we're placing, obviously now, asking teachers to learn to start using 2 new curricula. Within history, we want to continue to adapt our Harcourt materials. There are a lot of resources online that we are looking at that we would like to add. And we also want to be responsive to some of the more recent discussion about ethnic studies. And so it is our recommendation that we stick with materials we have and enrich them with several different online resources. And then finally, around the learning management system, you'll recall that we effectively used Google Classroom this past spring. We're gonna stick with that, but in effect up the ante around Google Classroom. Our goal is actually to curate grade level models of the above 4 core curriculum that the teacher teams are going to tackle over the next several weeks, and that these models can then be copied by teachers, and they'll have Google Classrooms in effect that sort of give them the starting place that they can then customize for their purposes. We did look at another learning management system, and thought it was quite effective, but we were really sobered by the fact that we're already asking our multiple subject elementary teachers to implement 2 new curriculum, and to add a 3rd new learning management system on top of that felt too much and just was inappropriate. And so we're just going to deepen our commitment to using Google Classroom. So those are our recommendations for the fall regarding the elementary curriculum. And then for middle school, you can see that we are going to, in the area of English language arts, English language development, we want to continue our use of Springboard and add to that a strong online curriculum called Common Lit, which sort of patches some holes or some gaps in Springboard that we are concerned about. We are recommending the adoption of, and so again, setting aside the CPM math materials, which are our current core curriculum, and adopt Math Nation, which is an online version of Engage New York. It is a highly rated curriculum, and we're confident that it will be more effective for our math teachers in the online platform. Science, you may recall that we've been going through a piloting process, and one of the curriculum that we've been considering in the piloting process, kind of was one of the last two that we were looking at, was STEM Scopes. And the team decided that in this online context for this year, that STEM Scopes was actually the best choice. And so we're recommending just a one-year adoption for now of STEM Scopes as our online science curriculum. And then similar to elementary, in history, where we want to continue adaptation of the McGraw-Hill materials and add online resources, again with an effort to integrate some of the opportunities around ethnic studies that have been discussed recently. And then actually for the learning management system, we are recommending actually the adoption of a new learning management system. It's called Altitude Learning, and it is a very effective learning management system from our point of view. But much like the Google Classroom, we will do the same thing in that we will curate grade level models in each of the content areas used through our teacher teams. So we're not just going to give all of our middle school teachers an Altitude Learning Management system and say, go for it. We're actually going to give them, a foundation to start with. And so their work at that point will be more customizing than it actually will have to be curating. I would like to add that Altitude Learning, because unlike Google Classroom, Altitude Learning provides a strong amount of professional learning, both for our teachers and for our students and families. So we can look forward to professional learning that will support our middle schools stakeholders, and also is a very powerful family communication tool that kind of consolidates the communications from the many teachers that a middle school student has into one communication. And again, here we felt like our middle school teachers could manage learning a new system, because unlike the elementary teachers, they weren't learning multiple new curriculum, in some cases math and science. Yes, there's new curriculum, but the side by side of that with Altitude Learning felt like a manageable lift. So that's our for discussion, and I turn it back to you for questions.
Thank you for the presentation, David. Trustee Hitchcock, do you have any quick clarifying questions?
Yes, but before I say that, I just want to let y'all know that I'm off screen again due to my back, and today I actually had a medical procedure right before tonight's meeting, and it's also coupled with a massive migraine. So just wanted to let you know I am here and listening. Yeah, just to confirm, in-person teachers will not be responsible for any DL curriculum, right? Because that's going to be a standalone.
No, that's not correct. At the middle school level, if we go forward with the proposal of full-time distance learning, of course, all teachers will be using these materials for full-time distance learning. At the elementary level, for teachers that are managing the hybrid, they will be using we're recommending the use of this same curriculum, but that they can use it in classroom, like let's take cohort A as an example, that they can use the curriculum in classroom with students on Monday and Tuesday, and then extend that learning in distance learning for cohort A, using the online materials that they've already been working with in on the first 2 days. And this is why it's important that we're curating this curriculum to ready teachers, because we know it's a lift to manage curriculum in school and at home. We want to support our teachers to have a scope and sequence rhythm where, they're working with cohort A and then sending the kids off to work more independently on the other days, and similarly then working with cohort B and sending the students off to work through the curriculum independently. So it's essentially the same planning task, much like middle school teachers. They teach English language arts one period, and then they teach English language arts a second period. It's different set of kids, but it's the same content. This is what we're proposing for the hybrid for elementary school.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the teachers aren't going to be having to do, basically a whole other planning type of criteria for distance learning, because
and just to say, and then the wholly separate elementary distance learning program, yes, that will be a set of teachers whose sole responsibility would be to use these materials in the full-time distance learning context. And so no teacher would be both responsible for a hybrid and the full-time distance learning. Those would be separate programs and responsibilities.
Okay, thank you. I'm very happy to hear about the recorded video instructions along with synchronous instruction and the curriculum video library. I think that's going to be very helpful just in terms of parents who can have their children do it at better hours, or to go back and rewatch it. Regarding the online purchasing programs, are there any being looked at specifically for the language?
I'm sorry, there was a slight hitch in your audio. I didn't hear the question clearly. I apologize.
He's asking about the language immersion, and we have not finalized a decision for the language immersion at this point.
But you haven't decided upon what program to use, or that even if that's something we're going to consider?
Oh no, we're definitely looking at what to use for the language immersion program. We just haven't finalized that yet.
Awesome, thank you. And then regarding the history, I know you said we would adapt to what we currently have, but I'm just wondering, when was the last time we actually adopted both of the hardcore and
so that's
the other one? I forgot.
Question. That's a very good question, because it's very old. It's a 2006 adoption. So 14 years ago, almost going to be 15. And it is, social studies was our next adoption to do. So that is work that needs to be done. I'm not sure how fast an adoption could really be done. So we are talking about utilizing what we have, but we will be looking at new materials in social studies, as we are also looking at new materials related to ethnic studies. So it could roll parallel, or it could roll together. We have not determined a path for that yet, but that work needs to happen. So at this point, it's adapting what we have. It is using what we already is available to us, because you will not get an adoption done and the purchasing and the materials in for 3 sets of different curriculum that quickly. So it is the next step that has to be done as far as curriculum adoption.
Okay, and then is something that can be, sorry.
No, I was just going to add that you should know that at the elementary level, one of the advantages of Benchmark is it actually does support the new social studies standards. So that adoption helps considerably get at the social studies standards we hope to cover in elementary. So just for your information.
I appreciate that. I'm wondering for, well, both and also more, I guess, so for the middle school program, is that a separate task force that can be looking into that research and adoption of that curriculum? Just because, you know, yeah, it's on our list, but it needs to be a priority, especially with everything that's going on.
Yeah, let me just explain that. Yes, so working with teacher leaders of middle school teacher leaders in history, and then one of the other assets with adopting altitude learning is that they have the ability also to curate the curriculum for us, and so they're going to partner with us and these teacher leaders to prepare the curriculum for the fall in middle school history. So it's an added resource we can tap there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that's what I have right now, but I'm sure after everybody goes, I might have some more. So thank you.
Okay, Trustee Proctor, do you have any clarifying questions?
I had a couple. And let me know if you can't hear me. I am literally in the dark, except I have this one lamp that seems to have a battery or something. So I was wondering on, so David, if you could just clarify, I think in your presentations, because I don't have like a full screen, I'm on my little iPhone here, but did you say that this curriculum would work both physically in the classroom as well as in our different hybrid and distance learning
Yes,
models
that's our
that we're doing?
intention, that we have common curriculum across the hybrid and full-time distance learning.
Okay, because I, you know, at one of the prior meetings, I had brought up the, like the idea of possibly having too much screen time. And so is this something that when you're in the classroom, you're not doing your homework on a laptop and you're not doing your classwork on a laptop, is that correct? Like physical homework?
That's very likely. I mean, if it, you know, that's always the teacher's choice to, if they want to support students in the moment around the online curriculum, that's the best way, of course. But yes, that frees them. They don't have to be online. And I also would add that several of these curricula have learning tasks where you actually aren't doing it literally on the computer. You're doing it in hard copy to the side. So just to say, that was one of the things that we looked at that we thought was important, that it wasn't just constant screen time.
Okay, great. And then I'm assuming at the next meeting when we go through and vote on this, we'll have the cost of all of these new curricula.
Yes.
Okay, looking forward to that. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Trustee Watkins?
I have a couple questions. When we think about how it'll be utilized in kind of the different models, I'm just wondering how we're thinking about consistency in those. Right, so a K student going through the distance learning model versus the hybrid model, like what does that look like? So that say then we're all back in the classroom, we're all entering in a similar place. Like what does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, this, you know, don't want to oversell this. This is going to be the challenge of thinking about you're talking. I think you're talking about kind of the pacing point. Like imagine students who are engaged full-time distance learning and their pace through the different curricula versus a student who is going through the same curricula in the hybrid model. So just kind of checking for understanding there, if that's what you're asking. Yeah. I think this is what we're going to learn, but that's kind of this is partly why we want to do the sort of centrally curated foundation, so that we can provide everybody with a common starting point that, now any middle school teacher will tell you, my first period will get through the curriculum different than my fifth period class after lunch, right? There's always variation, but the idea that they can be effectively in sync is what we'll be looking at. And so this is actually, you asked a question earlier about like, what would be some of the evaluation points at the 6th week, the 10th week, and the 14th. I think one of those points would be, where do we see teachers are at with the curricula in the hybrid model, and where are they at in the distance learning model, and what adjustments do we need to make if they're significantly off, because we do want kids all to come back full time and be essentially in the same place. Right.
Yeah. Definitely not taking out the kind of individualized, where kids are and that piece, but just that it's not a drastically different kind of pacing experience here.
That's why
because that doesn't allow for that fluidity. Yeah, totally. You brought up the progress monitoring, which I was going to ask about again. Just how are we thinking about doing that kind of with this piece of things? And you talked about one piece. I don't know if there are other ways that you're thinking about how we're going to be checking in on just how it's going, how it's being received, how kids are doing, how teachers and staff are doing. Or do we have any initial thinking about what that's going to look like?
Yeah, some of the advantages of having sort of the standard online curriculum across the board hosted in the LMS is that we can also gauge student progress. Very particularly in altitude learning, it's a bit of a brave new world, but we'll be able to monitor student completion of specific tasks through the learning management system. And so we'll be able to get a sense of where kids are struggling and where they're getting bogged down. There's also a very powerful sort of grade book feedback system that is present already in altitude learning, and we're looking to establish in Google Classroom so that we can kind of keep an eye on actually how are students moving through the curriculum and with what kind of success. I, again, don't want to oversell this. There is a lot that's new in this that we're going to be learning, but that this is the reasons we're making these choices.
And is altitude specific for middle school?
I'm sorry, say again.
Is altitude specific for middle school? Is that why we're not also using it without? I mean, it sounds like some of the things that you're saying are things that are not available in school. So I'm just curious, did we look at other LMS systems in elementary school? Is altitude specific for middle school?
Altitude is available for really essentially grade 1 through 8. But again, we were trying to balance the demand on our elementary teachers who are already being asked to learn new math curriculum and new science curriculum. So I still think there's potential to us coming back to altitude learning if it proves successful at the middle school level, thinking about it for our elementary schools. And again, we're making decisions for curriculum across the system here. There are some particular points we're going to have to drill down on. For example, with the TKK, we've heard feedback that Google Classroom is language dependent, and if you're TKK, it requires a tremendous amount of at-home support. And so just recognizing that that's some additional work we have to do to make sure we've got the best setup for the students at those grades.
Special education curriculum. I know that's maybe not something that you're dealing with in ed services, but wondering if you have any insight into what that's going to look like.
Yeah,
or if we're going to have an update on that.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah can come in on this, but we have talked about the fact that both our resource students and our mild to moderate students would actually be using this same curriculum. They should be using the core curriculum. And then for our moderate to severe students, we already have unique learning, and that would continue.
And
so let me not.
Oh, right, they're in class, so we wouldn't be doing an online version. Got it.
That's correct. Thanks, David.
Yeah, please say more, Sarah. I don't want to.
No, you're exactly correct.
Awesome. And then similarly for equity groups, strategic support groups, same curriculum kind of in that space, but follow-up support, intervention, those sorts of things.
Exactly.
Okay. 2 more questions. For the social studies curriculum, so those are ones we already use. I know they're super outdated. Do we have, so we're thinking about kind of additional resources. Sounds like we're focusing on culturally responsive teaching, kind of those pieces. Do we have a sense of where we're kind of, what we're kind of thinking about, I guess, for those additional pieces, or
yeah,
what that supplementation might look like?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have some specific resources that we saw teachers using this spring, and so that's the question of grabbing those and more thoroughly making them available across all classrooms, and so working with some of those outstanding teachers who already have been figuring this out, and just bringing that into the Google Classroom and Altitude Learning platforms.
Got it. My final question was just, I'm just curious what if any, does cross-district collaboration look like around any of this? What are other districts using similar things? Are they not? I know it's always hard. I mean, I think about this all the time, even just on board stuff, right? Like it's hard to find the time to do that, and time becomes but I'm just, as you were chatting about a lot of the things that we were going to be creating in-house, I was just wondering if there was any sort of discussion or collaboration happening amongst our local districts around any of those pieces.
Just to say, actually it was leadership in Menlo Park City School District that introduced us to Altitude Learning. And so we are talking with Altitude Learning about the possibilities of cross district collaboration there, since we're local partners. And then we did look at materials, for example, one of the both combination curriculum and learning management systems we looked at was Edgenuity, because it also is being used at the district level, at the high school level. And so in the end, our teams actually did not select Edgenuity, but we're pulling from, everybody is in this conversation. There's meetings at the county and our CII team all about this. And, we all are kind of looking at what each other is deciding.
Yeah, I thought it's important to know that in our county, we have 23 districts, and the County Office of Ed does act as a hub, and they do have curriculum and instruction leaders come together from across the 23 county school districts to share their thoughts. They normally meet about once a month. Lately, it's been far more than once a month. Just like the superintendents come together, normally it's once a month, but lately it's been 2 and 3 times a week. So we can share best practices, but it's true. We're all in this, working this same puzzle, creating this same program. So it's a waste of time if we don't share each other's expertise.
Yeah. I would hope the county is, this isn't a question, but helping to support as well with some of the curriculum pieces. So that's an aside. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Watkins. I just have a couple of clarifying questions. One, just thank you for Trustee Hitchcock, and I think Trustee Proctor summed this up as well. I think maybe Watkins too. But the curriculum is the same, again, between hybrid and full-time distance learning. So,
yes.
Right, okay. And then for elementary, in terms of math, so we're moving away from Envision to Zern, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Great. And then so, one slight comment, I love the idea of the sort of the option of the video or live videos or live instruction. That was a huge issue or comment from our phase 1 and phase 2 of distance learning. So providing that option as well as on-demand sort of videos, I think are really good because that provides the option. The second question that I have is the other comments that we got was about like grading and accountability. So how does this curriculum, whether it's in elementary or middle school, set us up to actually go ahead and still provide those, still hold students accountable and make sure that they're engaged and assessed and all that? Because we did hear a lot of comments about how some students would just zone out, they didn't care anymore because whether it wasn't graded or just because they didn't feel like it was worth it anymore.
So yes, so that would be a key part of it. Google Classroom, we will be, we understand they have a gradebook component, which we did not utilize last spring, and so we'll be exploring how to incorporate that so that sort of feedback about your assignments and grades are integrated in. And then Altitude Learning does have a grade book that's embedded in the learning management system. Just to say, we currently use School Loop in the middle schools, and so we'd be looking to move away from the use of School Loop because of the grade book that's embedded in Altitude Learning. And then I would add that that a big part of this feedback also is that parents understand where students are at in their completion of activities, and so we're getting better at doing that through Google Classroom. And I think I mentioned that Altitude Learning has a very strong family communication component, which again sort of distills all of the separate emails that, again, 7 teachers providing feedback. It can feel overwhelming and often can't mail directly to families. There is a system within Altitude Learning that allows there to be a single email digest that grabs all of the communications across the 7 classes.
Great, thank you. Because I know that at least for School Loop in middle school, I know that was a valuable tool for not just grading, but for communication. And I know that our principals use, to actually send messages out to the parents and everything. And there was a lot of great communication tools from School Loop. So we'll have to solve that another time. Those are all the questions I have. So absent any other trustee clarifying questions, we're going to move to public comment.
I do have more questions.
Okay, Trustee Hitchcock, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the fact that summer school is in fact in progress, and I do know that we will be learning things, taking information that's working and not working from that, such as how the park or drop off is going. And I don't know if Joan, you can elaborate a little bit of what Carrie touched upon last meeting of things that will help us move forward on hybrid model.
So yes, the protocols for entering and exiting school are going on right now with summer school, and it's been very successful. The staff are creating a Google Sheet of all their understandings about the things they're thinking about learning, so that will help inform their colleagues as we re-enter in the fall. And so, yes, all of that is going on now. They are not utilizing any of these materials right now. These materials are coming to you for adoption, so that then we can begin to provide professional development opportunities for our staff so that they can begin to utilize them in the fall. So protocols, yes, for summer school. Materials, this is new.
Okay, thank you very much. And of course, my stuff froze for a bit, so I'm very sorry if you already touched base on this. But in regards to checking in on like the 4th, 10th, and 14th weeks, is there a thought on, or I wonder if there's a possibility of having a parent, teacher, student group just to kind of like a focus group as to more consistent meeting of what's working and what's not working for online. And yeah, I do again have a lot. Yeah, no, it's just regarding distance learning. I know parents are very concerned and apprehensive just because of the prior experience. So I just want to ensure that it sounds like everything and a lot of things are being considered, and I'm very happy to hear that. And just wondering in the beginning if there will be more outreach in regards, or can parents send suggestions or comments, or staff send suggestions or comments, just so we don't go 3 weeks of it not being as successful as we want it to be.
Yeah, let me just add, we learned a lot this spring of more effective ways we could be supporting our families. And we built some systems in the spring that we'll continue to use, for example, the tech feedback form and things like that. So we will be leading, particularly around the Google Classroom and the Altitude Learning LMSs, that we will be leading support with families and students from the beginning on those. And also, just to add, Altitude Learning has the resource of the family can directly contact Altitude Learning for support as well. So, yes, important priority that we hope to meet.
Yes, thank you very much for restating that. And I had one more, just trying to find it. Yeah, now I cannot find it, so go on, thank you.
Okay, last clarifying question that I have is in regards to middle school math, have we got into the level or granular detail about the advanced and compacted math and the whole difference between that, or is that just to be decided?
Yeah. We're still working on all of that piece, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I remembered mine. I'm so sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there going to be in the beginning just computer basic learning of just getting acclimated for students, just where certain things are on the computer, and then by platform, and then also just online, I don't want to say professionalism, but just knowing that what they do and say will be captured basically forever, and basic just ergonomics, ensuring how they should be sitting and typing and whatnot.
Yes, we have the opportunity to plan into that in a way that we couldn't last spring. So it will be very important. We are updating our digital use agreement, which we'll need to bring to you, of course, and to address some of the concerns that were elevated last spring, and that that kind of all that setup. Particularly in the hybrid model, there's good opportunity to do that face-to-face and do a lot of that learning, so students can be successful right away in the online environment.
Okay, fabulous. Those are it, I promise. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open up public comment. Peter, it looks like we have 9 hands raised. If anyone else wants to raise their hand, please go ahead. I am going to limit it. Oh, was that not 9? Oh, there's more now.
It has increased. So we're at
Yes.
about 17 right now, and that's exactly what happened last time. So Trustee Chin, what would you like as far as time limit for public comment?
You know, I know last week we went to 1.5 minutes, but I feel like we can still do this with 2 minutes. So
Okay.
let's, I know that we had 20 hands last time, and then we ended up with 40 plus more. If remind people if they have public comments, something that is said before, you can definitely repeat it or say that you agree with someone. But let's go ahead and start with public comment, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. First up, we have Karen, and then after Karen will be Jill. Karen.
Thank you very much for taking my call, and thank you to the district for really taking the lead on this part and taking the onus off of the teachers to really create a lot of that curriculum that they had to struggle with in the springtime. My concern with the curriculum, and really I think this is for everyone, is really having books, writing, and kinesthetic learning for the kids. One of the big things that helped, I think, some of the kids was having a textbook at home. I know Benchmark Universe has books, but they also have their volumes online. And it's a real struggle for the kids not to be able to take that textbook and sit outside in the sun and do some reading or do any of that. It's another issue if all of the handouts are online and they have to try and use a PDF to submit them. Not everybody at home has printers where they can print something out and put that out also. And even to run copies at school is a big deal. You know, there's so many issues with having those. With the past math curriculums, with the textbooks, we've also gotten manipulatives that the kids will use in school. And how do we make that connection, that school-home connection, and transition that learning and all of those fine-tuned aspects from the classroom that they would do at home? You know, you can learn fractions at home by cutting up a plate. You can do those things. But when you're doing 75% online, when you have kids going 100% distance and then the other kids are 50%, that's a lot of time that they're not spending in the classroom, that they need to find things to do that are not going to be screen-based where they're watching, but just literally sit somewhere else. Do we have resources to get them more books and writing? Because especially for the younger kids, they need to learn how to write. Right now, how many kids, they know how to point, they know how to swipe, but they're having a hard time holding a pencil and coloring in the lines. My other aspect is the financial impact of all of the distance learning. In the spring, a lot of the internet service providers had waived fees. So the limits of your data plan you weren't capped. And now that we've gone into July, a lot of us are seeing our bills go up, and it's going to happen again when we get to the fall. We have 100% of our kids and faculty who are going to be online again. So are there any partnerships that we're working on to try and help ease that for all of our families? Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, next is Jill. After Jill will be Julie MacArthur. Jill? Jill, are you there? You might need to unmute yourself or grant your phone or device permission to use the microphone. Okay. I'll tell you what, Jill, we're going to leave your hand up and we're going to try to come back to you. All right. Next will be Julie MacArthur. And then we'll try Jill again. Julie?
Hi, thanks, Peter. I want to thank the district for working so hard to bring the online curriculum and to have teachers look at it. I think all of those are really good choices. One thing I really would encourage us to keep open is the possibility that we could get a better learning management system than Google Classroom. I totally appreciate the district's many things at once, but I also feel like it would be good for us to reach out to a broader group of teachers.
Julie, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but it sounds like something happened with your microphone.
Huh. Can you hear me now?
It's very, very, very faint.
Well, I don't know why that is.
There you go. We got you now.
Oh, well, I'm doing a very weird thing with my computer. But to make this work, really quick, the online curriculums are great. I really would encourage the district and the board to consider not closing the door on getting a better learning management system for elementary school. I know we don't want to overload the teachers, but we didn't really ask a broad number of them and to weigh that against how problematic Google Classroom was, especially for the young ones. Some teachers have come to me and mentioned Seesaw is really great. And so I just like to keep the door open on that before we totally say no, and maybe get a little bit more teachers weighing in. They might be willing to learn something new if it's going to solve problems down the road. So thanks.
Thank you, Julie. Okay. Next we have Maria, and then after Maria will be Randy. Maria?
Hello, are you there?
We
Can
are.
you hear me?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Maria.
I was just under the impression, like, if we decided not to send our kids to school, that it will still be part of the classroom teaching. So now with this new platform where my school, I have one in middle school and two in elementary school. I think I support the full distance learning for the middle schools, and then I want to do full distance learning for my children in elementary school, but it sounds like it's going to be two different schools. It sounds like if we do full distance, because I was under the impression that it would still be in a classroom where now with the video, they could just, watch like Monday and Tuesday at home and still be part of the classroom. And then how are the full distance learning kids going to integrate back into the classroom? That's something I'm not really clear on. I think a lot of the parents were thinking that it'll just be like a regular classroom, maybe half will choose to go distance, and maybe the pod will be smaller than 12, and then they'll all go back together later on. So I'm just wondering how is that, the distance learning and the hybrid, how can that integrate back into a classroom setting? I mean, the hybrid sounds like it's easy where everyone would just go back to school, but then it sounds like if we choose full distance, we're kind of stuck with that. And then, are the teachers for this full distance going to be teachers from the school, or is it like a separate thing, like maybe a stay-at-home teacher, that's going to do the distance learning? So because I just feel like with elementary kids, they all know the teachers at school already, and it's just nicer to see a familiar face from that school. And then also about the training for during the middle school, I know and elementary school, they identified some kids that had the technical challenges with, laptops and hotspots. Are you guys going to start training people in the summertime, for those families? And then also,
If you could wrap up your comments, the 2 minutes has expired, please.
Okay, but I think that those were just my main questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maria.
Bye.
Okay, next we have Randy Painter. Randy, and then after Randy will be Marcella. Randy?
Hi, good evening again. First, thank you very much to the district for taking ownership of the responsibility of empowering teachers to teach with the proper tools that they need in this moment. And then the other point that I wanted to bring up is that I've attended all of these meetings, as I know you all know, from beginning to end. And I consider myself relatively engaged and informed about these issues. But one thing that remains unclear to me as a parent and as an outsider and an observer is whether these curriculum adoptions that you're considering tonight are permanent, or whether the plan is to eventually, someday when this is all over, return to the previous curriculum that was being taught. And specifically of particular interest to me is the math curriculum. I really liked the Envision math curriculum, so I'm very curious about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, we have Marcella, and then after Marcella will be John Farrow. Marcella?
Thank you. I wanted to thank everyone for the thoughtful consideration of curriculum. I appreciate the work that went into this decision, and I'm grateful that there will be, that in the coming year, to know that there will finally be some consistent and hopefully meaningful feedback for our students. I love that you made the decision to design tasks that don't exist within the curriculum, that don't serve our students, and that you're working with other districts. Another recommendation that I have is that you utilize the resources of your local universities. This, I think, is the right time to reach out to see what's being discussed at Stanford. I know that Sue Weiser has made inroads into developing partnerships with San Jose State, including their bilingual program, which may help with the immersion curriculum. So I appreciate that the learning tasks are not always on the computer, which is important. And I want to ask how we're going to be assessing performance. I know Trustee Watkins started to talk about that. I hope that this plan utilizes teacher expertise in assessment rather than relying on just the online curriculum as the only method of assessment, as we know that systems that rely on machine learning have some inherent flaws and biases. Data is currently one of the most valuable commodities, and the use of data continues to be underregulated. Privacy issues are a concern that have been identified by the FBI, and ed tech companies have not gotten any less vague in their privacy settings. So I would just ask that any data sharing agreements with any companies be available to families to review, especially with ed tech companies and learning management systems that are going to be collecting our data. And then Trustee Hitchcock brought up good points about ergonomics and computer support. I think the computer skills need to be supported, and teachers should not be expected to teach one more content area, even when they're in person. So if at all possible, please utilize the special teachers that exist or have existed that have the ability to teach our students how to utilize computers. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, we have John, then after John will be Paul. John?
Thank you very much. I had 3 quick points on the instruction side of this instruction and curriculum thing. For the full-time distance learning, I want to make sure that my understanding is that the students will have the same number of hours of live interaction with a teacher. I appreciate now that they're going to be different teachers, but they are going to be assigned to teachers. So they have the same number of hours per week of live teaching. I take it that would be at least a minimum of the 2 4-hour sessions or 8 hours a week. I hope that's the understanding. You mentioned, second, that the teachers will have the option to either have live synchronous teaching or pre-recorded. And I would hope that with the full-time distance students who's are not otherwise going to be having as much opportunity to interact with the teachers, that there not be excessive reliance on the pre-recorded, and to make sure that there's opportunities for live interaction. And then third, there hasn't been anything said about the size of the cohorts that would be involved in the distance learning arrangements. You mentioned daily bell schedules and teacher meetings and logins. I assume that there will be a finite size for each of these classes. I would propose that they would be 15, the same as for the people who are meeting in school, and that the students also have an opportunity to interact with each other within that 8 hours a week of live time, presumably, that they're going to have, so that there be at least some social and emotional engagement with their peers. I think we could use some of that class time for that. So those are my 3 points. I hope there's going to be live instruction, that we won't be all biased toward recorded time, and that the cohorts be limited for the distance learning students as well. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Okay. Next we have Paul, and then after Paul will be Fernando. Paul?
Yeah, hi, thanks for taking my comment. And I want to pull on the thread of Ken's last comment that was about accelerated learning, and in this case, compacted math. I would love to hear more about assurances that we're going to continue to offer programs and follow through on programs that allow learners at all levels. Again, in this case, specifically compacted math, but being in a district like this district that we're all fortunate to be in, this is a key part of that. So I'd like to hear a lot more about that. I think the initial answer is we're still thinking about it or working on it, but I think that's a really key part, a cornerstone of this school district and what they can offer. And that's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul. All right. Now we have Fernando, and then after Fernando will be Yasuo. Fernando?
There you go. Well, good evening. Thank you for taking my comments. And I've been waiting to listen to this part of curriculum for a bit. And it's something I follow and I track. My concern is why changing the LMS in middle school? That basically is asking for more of a delay on what happens in the classroom instruction. We are talking about having to train our students who are very savvy already on Google Classroom to go back to another LMS. So then later on when they go into high school and they have to use Canvas, that's a waste of time. It just does not seem right. I agree with Julie MacArthur in the sense of like, you know, an LMS for K2 that is more visual, something like CISO or Class Dojo. But Google Classroom allows, and just the whole G Suite, our students are able, my students are able to actually sync their calendars, their contacts, their Google Meet into one platform. Now I will have to actually do 2, 3 platforms. This is not convenient. We learn things from the spring. Let's move forward. Let's really look 21st century and let's take it next level. Our students are tech savvy and they know how to do this. Do we need training? Of course we do. We totally do. But going into something on the unknown will make it a lot more difficult. And that is just my take on that piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Okay, next, and again, my apologies if I'm mispronouncing, Yasuo, and then Susan will be afterwards.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, you pronounced my name correctly. Thank you.
That's a miracle. Okay.
First off, thank you very much for everything that you have been doing. I've been listening on the past few calls. First, I'm encouraged to hear about the video instruction and the recorded instruction, either live or synchronous or recorded. I'm very encouraged to hear about that. One, I'm a parent of a incoming first grade English learner. So I am worried about how they're going to be doing assessments, and if they're going to be how they're going to be doing the English language development programs. And I'm sure you guys can address that some other time. Another thing is similar to Maria. If I know there's a full-time distance learning and a hybrid, and there's points in the school year that they're going to be able to switch into hybrid or switch out to distance learning, full-time distance learning. I think that's what was talked about in the past. And related to the pacing, how are they going to switch from hybrid? Are the number of kids in the cohorts going to change? Are they going to be going in like the curriculum? Are they going to be going in the same order so that once they switch into distance or hybrid or whatever, vice versa, if they're going to be able to go in seamlessly? And I know that was sort of the plan, but I'm not sure how that's going to work if there are going to be different teachers doing the distance learning and the hybrid. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Susan, and then after Susan will be Colleen. Susan?
Yes, hi, thank you again. I really appreciate all the time and thought put into this. I am encouraged to hear that the middle school will be moving to a different learning management system, because our experience with Google Classroom was in the limited type of commenting back from the teacher, we were not it's not really, there's no notification system to allow you to know that the teacher has provided comment. So a lot of that went by the wayside, not knowing. But I would say that along with the student orientation, I'm moving to a new platform. If you could provide parent orientation as well, as far as advanced as possible, so that we can get familiar with how to deliver the instruction at home as a partner. So that brings me to maybe thinking about doing a mock distance learning like pilot without students, maybe, test it, how it's going to work, actually physically be in the classroom, how it might work, at home, do a mock long distance, and then do a mock hybrid. The physicality of being in the environments and how that all might work out. You might find, where the gaps are, and that could be teachers doing it in the meantime, parent volunteers, however you wanted to handle that. I would concur with the need to have hard copy textbooks alongside, and as much hard copy as possible to maybe have that additional reference in addition to the screen time. And then when they're in the classroom, I would hope that there was less use of screens and more kinesthetic and visual, and maybe the screens and computers are just used to sort of orient them and review their assignments. And finally, will live instruction be recorded, just as we're recording this right now, so that it can be accessed at a later time? Can we actually record live instruction in the classroom and get a link so that if it needs to be accessed later, that's a possibility for students as another tool? Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, we have next Colleen, and then after Colleen will be Debbie. Colleen.
Hello again, everybody. I just wanted to make a couple of comments, ask a couple of questions. I did want to echo Randy's comments earlier. I really appreciate the hard work the district has put in terms of creating this common grade level curriculum. I think it'll make life easier, certainly for the teachers, but certainly for students who are talking with their peers in a different teacher's classroom to figure out, what was I supposed to do? What did I miss this night? What did I miss that day? Especially if they're in the hybrid model and they're not all in the same kind of learning pattern at the same time in the same classroom. I also am very happy to know that the LMS gradebook can be used with Google Classroom. That was our biggest issue with our fourth grader last year, and having no idea what was going on. Communication was very, very difficult, and knowing what was lacking, what was needed, and where he was at that time in the classroom. My questions are, has there been an agreement made yet with SMETA regarding the number of live hours of instruction a day during these distance learning days, whether on the hybrid model or during full-time distance learning? That's a big bone of contention here for parents. In addition, I know it came up during the June 9th SMETA coffee chat, and I'm not entirely sure what this agreement will be, but it's very important for parents to know. The state standard for grades 5 through 8 is at least 900 instructional hours. That didn't happen last year. Question would be also, how would annual 504 and IEP reviews occur this year if they fall during a distance learning period or distance learning day? How will teachers be able to provide feedback if they've never met my kid? And finally, would like to know more about the communication we parents can have with the counselors regarding setting up class schedules for kids for whom putting math at the beginning of the day is exceptionally important. English at the beginning of the day when they're fresher is exceptionally important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colleen. Okay, next we have Debbie, and then after Debbie will be Dawn. Debbie? Debbie, are you there?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I apologize.
There you are.
Hi, I want to thank the previous person for asking the question about the IEPs. I also have a question about that. And I thank you guys for taking my question. I apologize if this has been mentioned before. I know many parents are worried about the level of education and the overuse of technology. At our house, we are struggling just to get the work completed within 5.5 hours per day on distant learning days. My child has some learning disabilities, and he sees a speech teacher, RSP, feeling teacher, and an OT therapist. This is 4 different teachers, and he's pulled out of class 7 times per week for these services. If I choose 100% distance learning, will he still be able to receive these services via Google Meet as he did in the springtime during the quarantine? Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, next we have Dawn. After Dawn will be Pierce. Dawn?
Hi, thank you all again for this incredible hard work and thoughtfulness at this extremely challenging time. I had one I just wanted to echo some of what John brought up regarding the full-time distance learning. Just confirming that there will be live interaction at least 8 hours a week. There's no reason that kids doing distance learning shouldn't be able to have that same live interaction. I'm assuming that's the case, but just confirming that, as well as that thought about cohort sizes, so that when they are in the live instruction, there is live interaction in a reasonable environment in terms of the number of kids. And then I'm still not clear on teachers from a given school. I'm assuming that at almost every school, there'll be a certain percentage of teachers who will opt to not go to school physically. So will they be aligned with the kids from that school so that those teachers are the ones delivering the full-time distance learning, or is it going to be random, like a completely separate set of teachers? So that's kind of something I need clarification on. And then lastly, opting in and opting out. I think I'd heard in a previous call that it'll probably be made on a trimester to trimester basis, that if you opt for hybrid versus distance learning, you can go back the other direction at some logical point, not day to day, but maybe between breaks and that kind of thing. So I just want to make sure that that gets clarified before we all have to decide for sure what model we want to choose for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Pierce, and after Pierce will be Leah. Pierce?
Hi, folks. Thank you for the chance to speak. And yeah, again, hopefully my comments earlier didn't seem in any way negative. Thank you for all that you do. Regarding these things, hopefully this is cogent. So middle school LMS, I'm open to the idea. I mean, not that what I'm open to matters, but I was curious why we were thinking about moving the LMS. Was it communication with parents, clarity around grading? And if so, could these things be addressed by changing practice as opposed to changing the system? Like how people were communicating, did people know how to add parents as guardians, these kinds of things. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just concerned that maybe it limits how well the Google apps work, which were pretty integral to a lot of what I did last year. I was also just kind of curious. I haven't been great about checking my email or my school email during the summer, but I was curious about how staff were sourced for these different committees, and I'm also curious if there's any more opportunities to get engaged. And then the other thing is, I was just curious as far as the district filling in some of the curricular gaps that were addressed, and also privacy concerns. In my experience, when I had really good engaged classes, where I had them break out into small group sessions and stuff like that in live instruction, students were often using face cams and mics, for example. They weren't just using the chat box in Google Meet. And I was wondering, I know privacy is a concern, but is there any way that the district can provide extra structural supports, if not requirements, then strong suggestions or messaging around the benefits of students using things like face cams and mics during in-class instruction, small group instruction, because the difference in engagement is palpable. Thanks.
Thank you, Pierce. Okay, Leah, and then after Leah will be Wing. Leah?
Hi there. Thanks again for taking the time to hear the comments here.
Just wanted to point out that I appreciate the concerns around thinking about which curriculum is appropriate for the younger students online, but I think regardless of the platform, it's more of a matter of the mental and social capacity for them to do this on their own. They are going to require supervision regardless of which platform is being used. And one thing that I'm kind of concerned that hasn't really came up at all is the cybersecurity protocols for all of these systems and how we're thinking about protecting the identities of our students and our families and the personal information that's out there. We hope that this isn't an afterthought and that we do things like basic two-step authentication to protect credentials. And also wanted to agree with all the concerns around the privacy agreements and having those be transparent as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next will be Wing. Final comment.
Hello, I'm Angel Yan. I'm a middle school science teacher. Thank you for all you've done and listening concerns from both parents and teachers. I'm concerned about the recommended middle school LMS. As far as I've learned about altitude, parents still won't be able to see the students' work, and they will only receive emails about students' work, which is very similar to the Guardian summary that Google Classroom provide. And although the altitude LMS, it does look better, but I feel like it doesn't solve the fundamental problems and the concern that I heard from my parents, the parents so far. So I'm wondering whether we can explore other LMS or provide more trainings on Google Classroom for both parents, students, and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you everyone for all your comments. Looks like that was the last comment. I'll hold it open for another 5 seconds in case anyone wants to raise their hand. Oh, thank you, Karina.
Yep, so next we have Karina Wilhelms, and then after Karina will be Judy. Karina?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
I just had 2 questions, and they're kind of like it would be nice if comments. And one of them is if people are going to be kind of pulled out of their home school to be part of distance learning full time, and then ideally integrated back into their school, it would be great to be thinking now about how we keep those families connected to their home school that they're going to end up back into. And I think it's a great way to engage our PTAs and try to brainstorm, not just as individual PTAs, but as a district, about how we keep families connected to their school that they're going to end up thinking back into, even though they're going to enter into kind of like a separate online school community. Also, as an incoming PTA president, I selfishly think about, like, where do all those funds go? And if people are opting out of their school for the year, like, what about those people investing in our students and how those students will be treated in the next school year in the ways that we support them through the PTA. So that was one thought. Another thought around the online contracts and how we teach kids about showing up online. We had a lot of interesting dynamics in our house over the spring. I had kinder, 2nd and 5th grade boys. And especially for my 5th grader, we had issues about him wandering around online, and he could have definitely used some help in that area, but also just learning about how to manage their time online. Being in a setting where he just got a list of Google Classroom tasks to do and not a ton of live instruction, he really struggled with managing his time, how to start a task and finish it. And I found that he just ended up bouncing around the internet all day until the next Thursday when I heard from his teachers that he didn't complete any of his work that week. So some training around that would be really helpful.
Okay, thank you, Karina. All right, next we have Judy, and then after Judy will be Stacy. Judy?
Great, thank you. And I know it's almost midnight, so I really appreciate all of you hanging in there.
and this is a important topic, and thanks for all the work that you're doing. I am a parent of a second grader or going into third grade at College Park. We've had actually a pretty positive distance learning experience this past spring, even with the Mandarin immersion program. We've had live instruction every day, anywhere from 30 minutes to even an hour and a half for Mandarin, and then about an hour for English, and that was 5 days a week. And we came out of that feeling really good about if we had to go back into a distance learning program, that it can work. And so now that there's a hybrid program, offered, and I understand all the reasons for that, and I can definitely see it's a needed option for families. I'm still kind of leaning on distance learning because of my past experience, but also looking at the current health trends. But my question is, how will the program be executed this time around with the district-wide planning, and especially around the Mandarin immersion, and whether or not that constant live instruction with a set Mandarin speaking teacher is going to be available. I know that you guys mentioned, hey, there's more information to come, but that's going to be at least for schools like College Park and Mandarin and Fiesta Gardens. That's going to be important, because that is really why we signed up for those schools, is to have that that immersion experience, and learning on the online app versus learning from a live instruction and having that interaction with teacher. It makes a whole difference. And if we miss that for a half a year, it's really hard to catch up. And so I just want you to thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, next we have Stacy, and then after Stacy will be Sandy. Stacy?
Hi, thank you. I am Stacy Stillman. I am a math teacher in the middle school. I was on the committee that looked at the different curriculum for math, and I really appreciate that the district allowed us to do that. We've spent a lot of time looking at different curriculum and trying to find the curriculum that would allow for both the hybrid and the distance learning. I think we landed on one that was pretty robust. It has a lot in it for us, but it's, I don't want anyone to be under the impression that it has everything and it is going to be an easy rollout. It is going to take time for teachers to get training, and there will be bumps along the road. But I think especially with distance learning and allowing us to do synchronous learning, our students are going to definitely get a better math education than they would by seeing us perhaps one day a week. So I'm very happy with that. I just want to make sure that the district is aware that training is going to be extremely important, not only on this curriculum, but on how to do live meets with kids and engage them. We also need training, especially in the area of mathematics, on how to do problems live with students. What is the best software out there, program for us to use, whether it's Jamboard or Screencastify, whatever it is. It would be very helpful if we could have the district kind of hone in on what is one of the best ones out there for us and give us training. I think all the teachers want to do their very, very best with delivering live instruction, but we need training. And so please take that seriously. And thank you so much for all your hard work, everyone.
Thank you, Stacy. Okay, now we have Sandy.
Hi, I just wanted to echo what Judy had said about the immersion programs. I hope that we can keep in mind that the live instruction, whether it's the hybrid model or distance learning, is key for learning the language. Fiesta Gardens did not have daily access to Spanish, and our kids really suffered missing that. So it's, you know, I think I heard about what they had for Mandarin and felt kind of jealous that my kids missed out on that. And then I apply that to our English learners that are here that then aren't able to hear English if they're not able to be engaging in live instruction with their teachers. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Trustee Chin, that was the last comment.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone's comments, and thank you for sticking with us. It is close to midnight and we are still rolling. Okay, comments, trustee comments. Trustee Hitchcock?
Again, thank you all for your comments. They're all being heard, as is all your emails. Sorry I don't respond to any of them, but I do appreciate and read all of them. I just want to, some things that were brought up were the specific curriculum distance learning platforms. I know there was a team and I appreciate the hard work, but due to some comments, I'm wondering if those are indeed the best ones that will provide the best supports for all. Is cost an issue to choosing something that is more robust? I'd like to know that. And also too, has this team been working with what other districts are doing in terms of what their online platforms they're using? And boy, I think that's all I have for now, just because everybody has brought up very very good thoughts. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Trustee Hitchcock. Trustee Proctor?
Okay, I had a couple of comments. So I just wanted to acknowledge Karen's comment about needing books and having kids actually write physically, and I think that's really important as well. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that. And then Julie's comment about looking more at a possible LMS system for elementary school. I would like to keep that option open as well, and just do some comparisons and see if there's something that might be better suited for them. And let's see. And then also maybe at the next meeting when we vote on this, we can include a little bit more analysis as to why we are switching from the middle school LMS program there, just so we can see kind of the pros and cons of why switching would be recommended. I'm doing this by candlelight, it feels like, so hold on, let me look at my notes. I think that I'm excited about all these new adoptions that we have here, but it's just kind of driving home for me the fact that the teachers are going to need additional time at the beginning of the school year to kind of ramp up for this. And I think we definitely need to look at the calendar and how we're going to start school, because there's definitely doesn't feel like enough time to learn all of this stuff and be ready to go. So thank you, Stacy, for talking about that. And then I wanted to ask Randy's question for her. So if somebody could speak to whether this is permanent, these are permanent adoptions, that would be nice to hear.
We can bring that back then with your cost and how long we would use it, unless you feel like you're ready to answer that right this minute. I mean, Twig, we already adopted, it's our adoption.
Yeah.
For example. And I heard David say that the math was a one-year adoption.
Okay.
I don't know what else you would want to add to that, David.
Just that, yeah, I mean, where we're talking about absolutely new adoptions, right, with a few of the curriculum, you know, if we thought they had virtue, then I would want to say by next spring we would sort of rerun a pilot process and actually vet them compared to the curriculum we've already adopted. I just acknowledged this was a truncated, intense, I think high quality, but truncated piloting. We would want to have more teachers involved for the formal long-term adoption.
And then the social studies, of course, has to be adopted. So you know, there's still a lot of work yet to do.
Okay. And then just the immersion programs just keep coming up a lot. So
Right.
as much work we can do there to kind of provide some information and some clarity would be good. Otherwise, I'm done.
Sorry, thank you, Trustee Proctor. Trustee Watkins?
Yeah, a couple things. I think the comment around materials, which Trustee Proctor just brought up, just to extend that a little bit, you know, the reality is that even when kids are in the classroom, the access and use of materials is going to be different because there isn't going to be, at least from my understanding, the ability to kind of share materials, et cetera. So I'm wondering, is there a way that we could look at kind of what would be the key materials, books, manipulatives, et cetera, kind of by grade level or grade level band? Of course, incorporating, you know, kind of teacher feedback and what we're learning about the curriculum and cost those out. There's a lot of engagement right now in terms of supporting the Ed Foundation. Somebody asked about it tonight. Is there a way that we could kind of cost those out and potentially think about, you know, if there are families that can purchase that on their own, maybe that's a route, and then we raise funds for families that need, I don't know, I'm just thinking about some way to kind of provide some of those materials to all of our kids so that everyone has access to kind of some of these key components. Really great literature, right? These manipulatives that we know are important, writing utensils, all those sorts of things. So something I'd love for us to keep on our radar and potentially collaborate with the Ed Foundation on. I would consider it as a part of kind of the gala work, but that happens not until, you know, October. So I'm not sure that we would kind of have the kind of turnaround that we would want in terms of timing. Echo the revisiting the LMS from elementary. It sounds like maybe that's something that could still be on the table. I'm wondering what we've thought about and what we might consider in terms of just parent education and support. I mean, the reality, of course, is that, you know, parents, caregivers, et cetera, are going to be actively engaged no matter kind of which model is chosen. And so both when we're thinking about teacher education and training, what would that look like for families and caregivers as we lead up into the school year? And then kind of what might that support look like? Is there a way that we could create a helpline, you know, for folks to access, or a chat or something? And maybe even for our students, particularly the older students, particularly our middle schoolers, you know, if they're getting stuck with something, who can they kind of reach out to? I know that we have the tech form. I'm not exactly sure what that entails, but just kind of thinking about that piece of things and how we can sort of wrap that in. To support families and caregivers around education, which is, you know, as we're all learning, is really challenging, and, you know, on all levels need that additional support. As we look ahead to future presentations, just a couple of things that are coming up for me. Would love to be sure, and I'm sure we'll get this when we kind of get there, but just an update on professional development, what we're thinking in terms of what that's going to look like. I'll echo what other folks said in terms of feeling like we need to make sure that folks have ample time to really feel prepared to go back. And, you know, not that that means months and months, but I don't know that we're ever 100% prepared or could be 100% prepared, but, you know, a couple of days isn't probably going to do it. Definitely, it sounds like we need some more clarity around the distance learning portion. What are the expectations going to be around that? What is the consistency like between our distance learning and our hybrid model? What does that look like in terms of time of live instruction? I think just high level, expectations generally around kind of what happens in the hybrid model, what happens in the distance learning model, how those are the same, how those are different. Within the distance learning portion, what that means in terms of how you interact with your home school. I know that there's thought that's going into all of those things, and so I think it would be really helpful for folks to begin at what we do know now, to begin to share a little bit more about what that might look like, knowing that there's going to continue to be more and more details that we're figuring out as we engage in this work. I know this was brought up in the last presentation, but just thinking about budgetary implications for all of these things. So if we can begin to kind of put some dollars to some of these things as we travel down this road, and as we think about additional things that are maybe not must-haves but nice to haves, and again, cost those out. And we have we mentioned, and somebody mentioned before, engaged community right now. And so how can we leverage the resources that we have to get us some of those nice to haves, not must haves, in some of these components. Yeah, I think that's it. I think just keeping immersion, which Trustee Proctor already brought up, making sure that we're cycling back to Ben. And in addition to that, if we can just make sure that we keep kind of our special education programs as a through line through this as well, related services, curriculum. I know that some of those things will be consistent, but if we can just make sure that continues to be integrated when we talk about curriculum and these programs, I think that would be helpful.
Great, thank you, Trustee Watkins. So I guess it's nice to have moved on from sort of how we're getting the kids or how we're doing fall opening to like what we're actually doing. And so, but after listening to some of the comments, I was having sort of whiplash to how the spring was with my own family and how the positive experiences, but then also the severe challenges that we had with some of these issues, some of these like Google Classroom, or just trying to keep my kid focused. I was trying not to go back there, but I was having flashbacks. There were a lot of great comments from the public. I would just, one thing that Karen did bring up, and what Allison and everyone else brought up already, one of the issues I wanted to echo was the paper copies. What was difficult when my daughter was using, I think it was Envision, and maybe this won't happen with Zern, but she had to print out something. And unfortunately, the only workaround was, the advantage was, of course, that I have a district email. So she was able to email me, and then I was able to email it to my wife, who could then print it out. And so I think when we look at these programs and we think about how we're going to use them, we also have to think that maybe some people aren't going to have printers, or how we're going to be able to actually, monitor that sort of work. When Julie mentioned the LMS, maybe there is something different about the lower grades versus the upper elementary grades. So think about that. Susan had mentioned the public or the pilot case for some of the work. Honestly, if you guys need kids to test it, I'll volunteer my kids, because they could definitely use something else to do during the summer. And if they need to test out, whatever it is, I'll definitely have them do that. Additionally, the security and privacy concerns that Leah had talked about is also a real big issue. And then the immersion programs as well as the professional development days. Someone else also mentioned sort of how we teach our kids to be online, and we've talked about it as like a digital citizenship course in some ways. One thought would be, maybe if we do a soft opening, maybe there's actually instructions for all the kids to say, hey, look, this is what our expectations are, and this is how you use these tools. I know that during the Sanctuary Task Force, we have talked about how we possibly could create videos for families who don't speak English to teach them how to get online. So that was something that was talked about actually today, but we had to think about that. I do wonder about the Chromebooks and whether or not, I know that we have let all the families who are coming back keep the Chromebooks, but I kind of wonder as we move more to the hybrid and the full-time distance learning, whether or not we need to actually purchase more Chromebooks just to make sure that we have a supply along with hotspots. I really do like the option of having the live and the recorded lessons. I would honestly prefer live lessons, but I do, per a previous commenter, considering that everyone has different work schedules and, it may just be easier for a student to log on at 12:10 in the morning and learn the lesson if it was available. Who knows? I'm concerned about the curriculum, the new curriculum. I know that normally it takes us like 3 years to do a full rollout of new curriculum. So making sure the teachers have the right professional development days and the length and the real depth there is really important to make sure that then they can teach our kids with the new curriculum. And lastly, sorry, late at night, my notes are all over the place. I think that is it. Last comment was, I really like the idea of the teachers, whether they're distance learning teachers or hybrid teachers. I think there's a real advantage of sort of collaborating amongst the grades and the teachers. I envision sort of like a possible like library beyond like the models that you guys are proposing in terms of setting things up for the teachers, but actually having a library of teachers' lessons. I'm gonna give a shout out to Christy Rauch, who's a second grade teacher at George Hall. She sent us a couple weeks ago a slide deck of her and one of her coworkers worked on their distance learning back in May. And honestly, it was fantastic the way it was set up. They took pieces and really looked at the standards and really dove in and made this really nice slide deck and then used that slide deck to actually teach the kids. And I thought it was really great. The one comment that she did have is that it took an enormous amount of time to actually develop it. And I can imagine it because if you're doing presentations, you know how long it actually takes to set everything up. And unless you're like a PowerPoint pro, you can get bogged down into the little details. So the idea that, teachers could possibly collaborate and maybe even possibly separate and divide up the work so that if you know that there's a lesson far down the road, you might have a month to maybe do it and to work on it and then put it in the library. Maybe that's an option for everyone to use. And maybe it's not, they won't use it, but maybe they use it as a baseline or an example. But I think that's it. It's 12:12. Last comments. I asked the question to Dr. Rose is, do you guys have everything you need to bring information back to us next week?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Do you have any last minute trustee comments regarding the curriculum? No? Okay. With that, I will end this item and we move to our next item, which is adjournment. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins for the motion and Trustee Proctor for the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Hitchcock.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
I thought you were going to say no this time. And I'll say yes as well. So we are adjourned at 12:13. And we will see everybody back. Thank you for all the public members who've stuck with us. And we'll see
Early
you.
evening tonight.
Yeah, early. That's right.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Night.